Chapter 695. Third update. Small explosion, finally comprehending sword momentum, building up, monthly votes up, amazing, an esoteric disciple from Zhen Yuan Mountain said solemnly. Back then, I was at the pseudo-transcendent realm. I was far from them, another esoteric disciple said with a wry smile. He didn't know until he compared them, but now he knew the gap was so obvious. They are the real heaven's chosen ones. It's our Tai Yuan heaven sex fortune to have such heaven's chosen ones, and more than one. I remember that the other one is Feng Shigui's junior brother. With such a proud junior brother, I wonder how much pressure he'll be under, someone joked. One of them will carry Tian's sex fortune and embark on the path of invincibility, but I wonder if he'll become invincible in the end. He failed last time. This time, I hope he can succeed. Our Tian sex momentum will be stronger and our fortune will be stronger. The discussion among the esoteric disciples gradually quieted down. The fierce battle continued. Chen Zong could only retreat again and again. With each impact, Chen Zong felt his sword tremble violently, his palm gradually go numb, and his arm gradually lose strength. He had never experienced this even when he was weak. What should I do? Chen Zong's mind was spinning rapidly, almost overloaded, but he couldn't find a way. Tyrannical power, amazing speed, and super defense. This was a near-perfect enemy. Such a strong enemy could only be defeated with tyrannical power and momentum in one fell swoop to secure victory. But with his own strength, even if he did everything he could, it would be difficult to defeat him. With a thought, Chen Zong decided to cut off all means of retreat. If he could succeed, he would succeed. If he couldn't, it was not unacceptable. As long as he fought with all his strength, he would have no regrets. Chen Zong sheathed his two swords and pulled out the true sword momentum. This sword was rarely used. Its power could be said to be the weakest or the strongest. The key was the momentum. If the momentum was strong, the sword would be strong. If the momentum was weak, the sword would be weak. There was a big difference between the strong and the weak. Fusing the true meaning of the sword force, then fusing in the half-step sword force, it was an extremely powerful sword. The sword slashed down. With the true meaning of the sword force as the main force and the half-step sword force as the support, the void sword force poured into it, creating this tyrannical sword. The sword slashed down, shaking the void. It was majestic and incomparable. In the night sky, under the dim stars, there seemed to be an incomparably huge illusory sword shadow slicing through the air. Boom! An even louder roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the huge illusory sword shadow was instantly shattered. Chen Zong retreated once again, and although the Starlight Giant did not retreat, its advancing figure also paused slightly. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. The sword seemed to be effective. Another sword slashed down. True momentum sword. The huge illusory sword shadow appeared in the sky once again. Then, it slashed down fiercely, as if it was going to split the sky and split the earth. Sword after sword, it was as if there was no end to it. Fist after fist, there was no end to it. Collision, collision, collision. Collision after collision. Fang Xingchen's control of the Starlight Giant's tyrannical power became more precise. The power of each punch was reduced, but the power was also stronger. On the other hand, Chen Zong's mind was gradually cleared of distractions. With each sword slash, the power became more condensed. Collision after collision, retreat after retreat, and collision after collision. Heaven and earth turned upside down. The entire field was shattered by the terrifying aftershocks, causing everyone's eyelids to tremble and their hearts to palpitate. With such prowess, if they were to be affected by the aftershocks, even if they did not die, they would end up with serious injuries. Was this a battle between the strongest of the third level? Fang Xingchen performed the celestial heavenly avatar. The Starlight Giant was already so powerful, but Chen Zong was still able to go against it, clashing with it time and time again. From this, one could see how terrifying Chen Zong was. This was something no one had expected. Dark Horse. Chen Zong was the biggest dark horse. At this moment, Mountain Lord Mingguang's heart felt as if there were a myriad of ants gnawing on it. The regret he felt was indescribable. If he had noticed Chen Zong back then and taken him in as his disciple, then the glory now would have belonged to Mountain Lord Mingguang, to him. Even though Chen Zong was unable to defeat Fang Xingchen in the end, it was still shocking. This was a true genius, someone who was qualified to embark on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster. It was a pity that everything was due to the stupidity of Zhou Shaoqi and the others, causing Chen Zong to become someone else's disciple. Moreover, it was the disciple of Mountain Lord Mingguang's archenemy, the Mountain Lord Mingguang. It was even harder to accept. My sword presses forward with indomitable will, my sword cleaves through all obstacles, my sword is fearless. As Fang Xingchen slashed out sword after sword, hints of comprehension gradually surged into his heart. A sword practitioner's body contains the sword, and his heart is devoted to the sword. Fang Xingchen slashed out again, bringing with it an astonishing power. The rumbling sounds were terrifying, and it was as if an increasingly large illusory sword shadow had condensed and slashed down fiercely. The sword shadow shattered, and Chen Zong retreated continuously under the extremely strong recoil. As he dissipated the impact of the astonishing power, more and more comprehensions surged into his mind. These comprehensions were accumulated through his cultivation and comprehension over and over again. Slowly, a quantitative change led to a qualitative change, and a thick accumulation was born out of thin air. Once it was released, there was no stopping it. Suddenly, the Starlight Giant paused, and the fist it had punched out suddenly turned into a palm. Then, it bent its 5 fingers, and the dim stars suddenly lit up. Waves of starlight sprinkled down, condensing into a huge hand that was more than 10 times larger. Star-plucking hand. Previously, Chen Zong had already experienced Fang Xingchen's star-plucking hand and knew that there were a few variations to it. According to the classification, there were the basic forms of the star-plucking hand, which was the foundation. After that, there were powerful moves such as the star-plucking hand, chaotic star-crossing, and heavenly stars chain. Right now, the Starlight Giant was performing the basic forms of the star-plucking hand. Even though it was just a basic form, its power was still more powerful than a simple punch. This also meant that Fang Xingchen was gradually mastering the power of the Starlight Giant. For a powerful legacy like the star-plucking hand, the stronger the foundation, the more powerful the power it could unleash. The star-plucking hand performed by the Starlight Giant's body was several times more powerful than when Fang Xingchen's body was performing it. With one hand grabbing out, the huge hand condensed from Starlight also grabbed out. The extremely terrifying power made Chen Zong feel suffocated. It felt as if the entire world was being suppressed, causing Chen Zong to have the thought of becoming enemies with the world. How could a human go against the heavens? For a moment, Chen Zong felt that he was no match for the power. Suddenly, he felt dispirited, powerless, and depressed. The giant hand suddenly grabbed at Chen Zong as if it was trying to grab a little chick. The giant hand was too fast, and its strength was too tyrannical. The friction with the air caused countless sparks to burst out, and the blazing smoke surged like torrents. Chen Zong seemed to have given up resisting and allowed the huge hand to approach him. Compared to the huge hand, he seemed so weak and small. Suddenly, Chen Zong's body trembled involuntarily. His dark eyes shone with an extremely intense light, as if he had been sharpening his sword for 10 years and was testing its sharpness today. When you practice the sword, you should be fearless. Every word was like the sound of heaven, as if it resounded through the world. However, it also seemed to only resound in Chen Zong's mind. The suppressive power made Chen Zong suddenly see the light. If there is a sword, there must be a method. If there is a method, there must be a force. The method is from heaven and earth. Qin Zong's eyes became brighter and brighter like the brightest stars, illuminating the night sky. Around him, traces of an inexplicable aura spread out. Qin Zong's figure seemed to be dissipating. Slowly, it merged into the surroundings, into the void, into the earth, and into the sky. It was like a drop of water falling into a lake or into the sea. Many people were shocked to find that the Qin Zong in front of them seemed to have disappeared. They could clearly see a person standing there, but it was like a phantom. They couldn't sense his aura. This is the extreme Yuan heavenly sect's upper echelons were shocked and stood up abruptly. Momentum of heaven and earth. The heavenly profound realm master of the extreme martial heavenly sect's hands couldn't help but tremble. His eyes shone with incomparable shock, and his tone was filled with uncontrollable shock. Hearing the words of the heavenly profound realm master of the extreme martial heavenly sect, the core disciples were first stunned, then horrified. Momentum of heaven and earth. They had heard these words before, but it was a power that belonged to the transcendent realm. It was almost impossible for anyone below the transcendent realm to grasp it. The eyelids of the extreme martial heavenly sect's eldest core disciple twitched. The shock in his heart was completely revealed on his face. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord was shocked. He slowly sat down and opened his mouth, but no words came out. Momentum of heaven and earth. Qin Zong was a sword cultivator. What he grasped was the momentum of sword. Even among the extreme mortal realm sword cultivators, there were very few who could grasp the momentum of sword. Every one of them could become a sword king. From this point, it was certain that Qin Zong would at least be a sword king in the future. Sword king was one of the martial Dao kings. One could not be called a king just because one's cultivation had reached a certain level. There were many harsh conditions. Even in a top force like the extreme Yuan heavenly sect, there were less than 10 people who could be called a king. Is this the momentum of swords? He had grasped the half-step sword force for a long time. He had been accumulating and comprehending it, but he had been unable to break through. Today, when he fought with Fang Xingchen and felt the impact of the momentum of heaven and earth under the Starlight Giant's astonishing power, he finally understood. The momentum of swords. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. With a single thought, he seemed to be able to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Of course, he was not truly mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, even a profound heaven realm expert might not be his opponent. This kind of mobilization was just a kind of momentum, but it was enough. Following that, the momentum of swords was raised. The invisible momentum of heaven and earth surged and condensed on the sword. Momentum of swords. 1/. Faintly, there seemed to be a roar from heaven and earth. The night faded and turned into day. The dim starlight also quieted down. The huge star-picking hand paused, as if it was frozen in midair. The Starlight Giant also paused, as if it was imprisoned on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Qin Zong slashed out with his sword. There was no huge illusory sword shadow. There was only a seemingly ordinary sword light. It was a sword that had returned to its original state. It was a sword that contained the momentum of swords. It was a sword that incorporated Qin Zong's strongest belief. Chapter 696. Thank you to the Lonely Observer for your 5,000 traversal coins tip. Thank you to all the seniors and juniors who tipped and voted. I had a small outburst yesterday, and was planning to continue today. However, Dominator of 6 Realms drank last night and got drunk. He has been lying like a corpse for almost a day and has a splitting headache. Also, the plot will enter the next climax tomorrow. Break, break, break. The sword aura was unparalleled, breaking through all forces in the world. No matter how strong you are, how fast you are, or how hard you are to break through your defense, I'll slash through you with my sword. The giant starlight hand was cut by the sword and immediately collapsed. The sword's power was endless, and it landed directly on the starlight giant's body. The incomparably tyrannical starlight giant's body trembled, and a series of ripples spread out from the sword to the left and right. The ripples spread rapidly on the surface of the starlight giant's body, and converged at the position facing the sword, forming a sword mark. There was a soft pop sound, but it reverberated through the world in that instant. Its body was torn apart and a large amount of starlight shot out from the sword scar on its back. Its 5-meter-tall body trembled uncontrollably and shrank rapidly. Not long after, all the starlight gushed out and the starlight giant dissipated, revealing Fang Xingqian's body. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fatigue. Displaying the celestial phenomenon and driving the starlight giant took a huge toll on Fang Xingqian's body. Fang Xingqian had thought that this move would be enough to defeat Chen Zong. He had not expected that at the last moment, Chen Zong would achieve a breakthrough and become even stronger, thus defeating him in a single move. In fact, although Chen Zong's last sword attack was very powerful, it was also because Fang Xingqian had been attacking continuously and had depleted too much of his energy. Otherwise, when the starlight giant had just condensed, Chen Zong's sword attack would not have been able to defeat him. No matter what, a defeat was a defeat. There was no excuse for it. Fang Xingqian looked at Chen Zong, his eyes filled with reluctance and admiration. Eventually he said, "You've won." There was dead silence. No one could say a word. Subversion. This was a complete subversion and an indescribable shock. Fang Xingqian, who was recognized as the number one, had been defeated. The biggest winner had become Chen Zong. Sect Grand Competition, first place among the core disciples. Thank you, senior brother Fang. Chen Zong cupped his fists. If it was not for the fact that Fang Xingqian had performed the celestial heavenly phase to condense the starlight giant, if it was not for the fact that Fang Xingqian had given him sufficient pressure, if it was not for the fact that Fang Xingqian's star-plucking hand basic technique had brought along a portion of the world's prowess, Fang Xingqian would not have been able to comprehend and break through his shackles, grasping the true prowess of the sword. It could be said to be a coincidence, but it could also be said to be a matter of course. However, no matter what, it was all because of Fang Xingqian that he had been able to shorten the time required for him to comprehend the sword force. I hereby announce the end of the sect competition. The champion of the core disciples is Chen Zong. Elder Yuanda spoke. His tone was filled with the agitation in his heart, and his pitch had unknowingly increased by a lot. The disciples of Green Feather Mountain were the first to burst into cheers of ecstasy. Waves of cheers swept out like a tide, causing the disciples of the other mountains to also burst into cheers. In the end, even the disciples of Mingguang Mountain were affected. Only a small number of core disciples had gloomy expressions. "It's amazing." An esoteric disciple smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's amazing. Until now I haven't even grasped half a step of saber force." The esoteric disciples were all bitter. In terms of talent, they were not bad. In fact, they were even better than tens of thousands of cultivators. They were worthy of being called geniuses. However, compared to Fang Xingqian, there was still a gap. Compared to Chen Zong, who had comprehended the sword force, the gap was even more obvious. From what I know, even he hasn't grasped the heaven and earth force. On the other side, the Green Feather Mountain's master was grinning from ear to ear. His smug look made the Mingguang Mountain's master want to punch his face flat. "Mingguang, you should have handed over the myrtle gown, right?" The Green Feather Mountain's master laughed and suddenly looked toward the Mingguang Mountain's master. "Green Feather, you're the one who lost, not me. Hand over the mystic tortoise shield." The Mingguang Mountain's master suddenly smiled, and said something that stunned everyone. "Oh, then tell me. Why am I the one who lost?" The Green Feather Mountain's master was both angry and amused. "Our bet was that Chen Zong would get second place." If Chernzong got second place, it would be my loss. If Chernzong didn't get second place, it would be my win. The Mingguang Mountain's master squinted his eyes slightly. A strange smile hung on his lips as he mocked. Now, Chernzong didn't get second place. I'm the one who won. Hearing this, everyone revealed a strange expression. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If they really wanted to argue about it, what the Mingguang Mountain's master said did make some sense. However, with their status, it was a little inappropriate for them to be so calculative about it. However, since the Mingguang Mountain's master didn't mind, the others probably wouldn't say anything either. Mingguang, you're really thick-skinned. The Rainbow Mountain's master, who had a good relationship with the Green Feather Mountain's master, couldn't help but mock him. However, the Mingguang Mountain's master didn't seem to have heard him and didn't care at all. Green Feather, you don't want to admit it, right? The Mingguang Mountain's master stared at the Green Feather Mountain's master and spoke again with a hint of mockery on his lips. It's just a mystic tortoise shield. It's nothing to me. Take it. The Green Feather Mountain's master was enraged. He immediately threw out the mystic tortoise shield. It whistled through the air like a meteor and blasted toward the Mingguang Mountain's master. It was impossible for him not to be enraged. Mingguang, you've changed my opinion of you. The Green Feather Mountain's master's anger came quickly, but it also calmed down quickly. He spoke calmly with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Even if I lost this bet, I'm happy to lose. How can a mere second place be compared to the first place? I really can't understand. How can the Mingguang Mountain expel a genius like Chernzong? I really don't know how high the threshold of the Mingguang Mountain's master is. Hearing this, the corners of the Mingguang Mountain's master's eyes twitched. His face turned pale, and his eyes emitted a terrifying cold light. He stared at the Green Feather Mountain's master as if he wanted to tear him apart. After seeing Chernzong's ability, the regret in the Mingguang Mountain's master's heart was indescribable. If Chernzong hadn't been expelled, and was still the Mingguang Mountain's master's disciple, then the glory of Chernzong winning the first place would belong to the Mingguang Mountain and not the Green Feather Mountain. The reason why the Mingguang Mountain's master wanted to bicker with the Green Feather Mountain's master was not because he couldn't bear to part with the myrtle robe. It was just a low-grade spiritual weapon. With his strength and status, it was nothing. Even if it was a middle-grade spiritual weapon, it was nothing. The problem was that he wanted to fight for his dignity and reputation. That was why he was so calculative. However, he didn't expect the Green Feather Mountain's master to throw the mystic tortoise shield at him and say something that made him very unhappy. It was like an invisible sword that ruthlessly stabbed into his heart. At that moment, the Mingguang Mountain's master felt that the mystic tortoise shield was burning hot. Humph! With a cold snort, the Mingguang Mountain's master stood up and left without looking back. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. He didn't have the face to continue staying here. The Mingguang Mountain's master was the master of a mountain. In terms of status, he wasn't inferior to anyone else. In fact, he wasn't inferior to the sect master. He could leave, but the elders of the Mingguang Mountain couldn't. They felt extremely awkward, but they could only brace themselves and endure. Damned Green Feather, damned Chernzong. Along the way, the Mingguang Mountain's master shattered the mystic tortoise shield and returned to the Mingguang Mountain with a heart full of anger. After the Mingguang Mountain's master left, the others didn't say anything else. After all, they were all people of status. There was no need for them to gossip about others behind their back. Alright, the sect grand competition has ended. Next, it's time to give out the rewards to the top 10 disciples. The Taiyuan Heaven Sect's sect master had an indifferent expression as he spoke unhurriedly. At that moment, he didn't feel good at all. This was because, in his opinion, and in the eyes of many, the first place belonged to Fang Xingchen. Who would have thought that in the end, Fang Xingchen would still be defeated even after giving it his all? However, he was still the sect master of a sect. He had to show some grace. The first place of the core disciples, Chen Zong, received 1,000,000 sect merit points as well as 10 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Divine Origin pills. Unfortunately, although the Flood Dragon Bone Divine Origin pills were good, they were of no use to Chen Zong. Therefore, Chen Zong directly exchanged them for sect merit points. As a result, the sect merit points increased by a whopping 200,000, reaching a total of 1,200,000. Adding in the 70,000 that Chen Zong still had left, he now had 1,200,000. 1,200,000 sect merit points was undoubtedly a huge sum. After the sect grand competition ended, the crowd left the minor origin realm one after another. It couldn't be helped. It was simply too exciting. Especially the battle between Chen Zong and Fang Xingchen at the end. It was brilliant beyond compare and left a lasting aftertaste. The people of the Empyrean martial sect also left. Chen Zong, I will fight you again in the future. Standing on the enormous Empyrean martial flying ship, the eldest core disciple, by Prism Jing, muttered to himself as he gazed in the direction of Dark Feather Mountain with his hands behind his back. His original goal was to fight Fang Xingchen, who had inherited the sect's fortune. After all, he had already defeated all the core disciples of the Empyrean martial sect and represented the Empyrean martial sect on the path of invincibility. And the Empyrean martial sect was his first stop. It was not out of his expectations that Fang Xingchen had such strength. However, Chen Zong was truly out of his expectations. The momentum of the sword. By Prism Jing knew that he would not be able to defeat Chen Zong, and might even be defeated by Chen Zong. The path of invincibility only allowed victory, not defeat. If he lost a match, he would truly be defeated, and his path to invincibility would be cut off. Without confidence, Bai Prism Jing would not easily challenge Chen Zong. And the battle between Chen Zong and Fang Xingchen had also benefited Bai Prism Jing. He was prepared to go into seclusion for a period of time to further strengthen himself. Junior brother, you are too amazing! Yu Zhengxiao was extremely excited, as if he was the one who had won first place. His happiness was certain. Firstly, he was the one who had brought Chen Zong to Dark Feather Mountain, and he had even used his authority as a core disciple. This proved that his judgment was outstanding. Secondly, his relationship with Chen Zong was very good. Thirdly, Chen Zong and himself were both core disciples of Dark Feather Mountain. Putting all these together, Chen Zong's victory over Fang Xingchen made Yu Zhengxiao feel proud. Not only did Yu Zhengxiao feel this way, but all the disciples of Dark Feather Mountain also felt this way. This was because the one who had won first place was Chen Zong, and Chen Zong was a core disciple of Dark Feather Mountain, and the disciple of the Lord of Dark Feather Mountain. This was a glory that belonged to Dark Feather Mountain, and also to every disciple of Dark Feather Mountain. This night was destined to be a night of revelry, a night of sleepless nights. Chapter 697. Zhou Shaoqi and the other core disciples of Mt. Mingguang were expelled from Mt. Mingguang and the Taiyuan continent, never to be recruited again. When Chen Zong heard the news, he was stunned at first, but then he smiled and didn't take it seriously. Chen Zong didn't put Zhou Shaoqi and the others in his eyes. Chen Zong didn't care what happened to them in the end. With 1.27 million sect merit points, Chen Zong had no other use for them except to enter the Enlightenment realm and martial practice realm. He could keep them and use them when he broke through to the transcendent realm to exchange for things useful to the extreme mortal realm. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was a month after the sect tournament. During this month, Chen Zong didn't relax. He continued to cultivate and improve himself as much as possible. Chen Zong gained a lot from the battle with Fang Xingchen. Not only did he master the sword force, but he also gained a lot of experience and accumulation. Therefore, Chen Zong didn't enter the Enlightenment realm or martial practice realm again. Instead, he went into seclusion to absorb and digest the gains from the battle. The power of the sword was extremely mysterious and unfathomable. Even though Chen Zong had already grasped it, it was extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. He felt as if his strength was insufficient. After all, the sword force belonged to the transcendent realm, and Chen Zong was only at the pseudo-transcendent realm. Comprehending and mastering the sword force at the pseudo-transcendent realm was already very shocking. It was even more difficult for him to go any further. Chen Zong knew that it was difficult. Although he didn't stop, he also knew that he shouldn't spend too much time on it, because it was destined that it would be difficult for him to go any further in a short time. It was better to lay a good foundation and leave it for when he broke through to the extreme mortal realm in the future. Today, Chen Zong came out of seclusion and was summoned by his master, the Lord of Mt. Blue Feather. In the Blue Feather Hall, the Lord of Mt. Blue Feather's eyes narrowed, as if he could see through Chen Zong. "You must have gained a lot from this seclusion." The Lord of Mt. Blue Feather smiled. "Yes, Master." Chen Zong replied respectfully. This closed-door cultivation could not be said to have increased his strength. It was just that he had accumulated a little more. "You really surprised me." The Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord suddenly sighed and laughed. "But this is good. There will be a day when our Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord becomes the #1 core disciple. Ha ha ha. You being able to grasp the grand momentum of the sword even exceeded my expectations. This proves that you possess talent in the Tao of the sword that others cannot compare to." The Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord spoke again, however. "Do you know that there are differences in the power of swords?" "Master, please enlighten me," Chen Zong said respectfully. "Ancient experts divided the power of heaven and earth into 9 levels. The sword momentum that you've grasped now is the first level. It's very difficult to increase the power of heaven and earth. The difference between each level is also very big." "Has Master mastered the force of heaven and earth?" Chen Zong asked on a whim. "It's difficult," the Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord said, but did not say which level he had grasped. "The force of heaven and earth is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels correspond to the extreme mortal realm, the middle 3 levels correspond to the earth spirit realm, and the last 3 levels correspond to the profound sky realm. However, there are also talented individuals who can grasp it earlier." As the Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord spoke, he looked at Chen Zong again. "For example, you have already comprehended the force of heaven and earth before entering the transcendental realm." Chen Zong could not help but nod. It was indeed very difficult to comprehend the force of heaven and earth. "The reason why I called you here today is because of something important." The Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord changed the topic with a solemn expression. "That day I had high hopes for you. I hoped that you would be able to reach the 3rd level and step onto the path of invincibility. Unfortunately, Fang Xingchen had already broken through and reached the 3rd level. With his outstanding talent, the sect had already placed high hopes on him. However, no one expected that Fang Xingchen would be defeated by you." When the Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord said this, he still had a strange feeling. It was as if the battle that day was just yesterday. Chen Zong listened quietly. The path of invincibility is not something that can be stepped onto just because one wants to. One needs to bear the fate of the entire sect before they can be considered to have stepped onto the true path of invincibility. Otherwise, it can only be considered as a form of training for oneself. Here, Chen Zong had a clearer understanding of the so-called path of invincibility. Previously, Chen Zong had thought that the path of invincibility was something that he could do as long as he wanted to. However, he did not expect that there was such a profound mystery behind it. The fate of the sect. Previously, when Qing Chen had told him about the path of invincibility, he had not gone into detail. Perhaps it was a secret that could not be revealed, or perhaps he was not clear about it. Initially, the sect's decision was to let Fang Xingqian step onto the path of invincibility. The Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord paused. However, ever since you defeated Fang Xingqian and became a core disciple of the sect, we thought that you should replace Fang Xingqian and step onto the path of invincibility. However, by bearing the fate of the sect and stepping onto the path of invincibility, regardless of whether you can defeat others in the end and become an invincible grandmaster, you will be able to obtain great benefits. When you break through to the extreme mortal stage in the future, you will be able to improve by leaps and bounds within a period of time, catching up with others. Therefore, within this month, the upper echelons of the sect were divided into two factions. One faction supported Fang Xingqian to step onto the path of invincibility, while the other supported you to step onto the path of invincibility. The Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord said seriously, the divine light in his eyes like a whirlpool. The two factions were evenly matched, and it was difficult to decide who would be the winner. In the end, Emperor Gu Yuan was alerted, and he made the decision. Emperor Gu Yuan and Emperor Hong Yuan are the only two emperors left in the sect. They have lived for more than 1,000 years, and it is said that they have experienced a life-and-death battle with the ancient demon palace 1,000 years ago. The Green Feather Mountain Lord said slowly, however, Emperor Gu Yuan and Emperor Hong Yuan have different personalities. Emperor Hong Yuan is more gentle and doesn't like to be calculative with others. It is rare for him to get angry, and if he does, it will be a big matter. Emperor Gu Yuan is arrogant and would attack at the slightest disagreement. Now that he is cultivating his body and mind, he rarely appears. However, it is said that Emperor Gu Yuan's personality hasn't changed much. However, I think that he won't make things difficult for the two of you. However, remember not to speak carelessly. The Green Feather Mountain Lord still reminded them. Now, it was up to Emperor Gu Yuan, one of the two emperors of the sect, to decide on the person who would bear the fate of the sect. It was very important to see who would be able to step onto the path of invincibility between Chen Zong and Fang Xingqian. Listening to the Green Feather Mountain Lord's words, Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, he was only a pseudo-transcendental realm cultivator, while Emperor Gu Yuan was one of the two emperors of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. He was the strongest person standing at the peak of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. King. Emperor. Not every transcendent could reach the 3 levels of the transcendent realm. There were only a small number of them. As for emperor powerhouses, they were the strongest among the transcendent realm. They were supreme. The emperor powerhouses of the sect could even decide the life and death of countless people with a single word. The place where Emperor Gu Yuan and Emperor Hong Yuan cultivated was in the palace at the top of Zhen Yuan Mountain. Zhen Yuan Mountain was the highest mountain among the 7 mountains. Usually, no one was allowed to climb to the top of the mountain. Under the lead of the Green Feather Mountain Lord, Chen Zong came to the top of the mountain and stood in front of a simple and angular hall. The hall was filled with an ancient aura, as if it had existed for a long time. The plaque on the front was engraved with 2 ancient words, Gu Yuan. At this moment, Fang Xingqian also arrived in front of the hall under the lead of the sect master. Chen Zong naturally had to pay his respects to the sect master. He also exchanged greetings with Fang Xingqian. Martial Uncle Gu Yuan, they are here. The sect master stood outside the hall and said. Although the sect master and the Green Feather Mountain Lord were also profound Heaven's Realm cultivators, there was a huge gap between them and the 2 emperors. Moreover, their seniority was indeed 1 generation lower. Come in. A voice rang out. It sounded sharp and domineering. The door of the ancient Yuan Palace opened. Chen Zong and Fang Xingqian took a deep breath at the same time and walked in. The Green Feather Mountain Lord and the sect master did not move. They stood outside and waited. They took a step forward and walked towards the open door. It was pitch black inside, as if there was an ancient beast hiding inside. It made one's hair stand on end. Even with Chen Zong and Fang Xingchen's mental fortitude, they also felt a chill surging through their bodies. It was as if it was trying to awaken the deepest fear in their hearts. Their raised feet stopped in midair, trembling uncontrollably. Their expressions kept changing. Suddenly, they took a step forward together with incomparable firmness. Their figures also disappeared into the darkness, as if they were being devoured. There was no sound, and all that could be seen was darkness. The darkness was deep and cold. Chen Zong was even more shocked to find that his strength had disappeared. He could not feel it at all. Even his powerful physique had also disappeared. It was as if he had become an ordinary person. What's going on? Chen Zong frowned slightly and immediately calmed down. Because panic would only spoil things. Only by calming down could he handle the matter well. It was just an instant. All my strength disappeared. The more Chen Zong thought about it, the stranger he felt. He did not feel anything at all. How could his strength disappear into thin air? Unbelievable. Either it was too much beyond his level, and he could not understand it at all. Or it was another situation, an illusion. Chen Zong believed it was the latter. Illusion. Only an illusion could make people fall for it unknowingly. If not for Chen Zong's vigilance, he would not have realized that something was wrong. This was also thanks to Chen Zong's strong mental strength. Once he understood, Chen Zong stood where he was and did not continue to move forward. Since it was an illusion, it would be useless to continue moving forward. The only way was to see through the illusion. Fang Xingchen's choice was different from Chen Zong's. He did not stop in his footstep. Slowly, he also felt that something was amiss and understood that this was an illusion. However, the method he chose was different from Chen Zong's. One was moving, one was still, each looking for their own way. The darkness was endless and there was no sound at all. If one stayed here for too long, it was enough to drive one crazy. However, after Chen Zong thought that it was an illusion, he was mentally prepared. Naturally, he would not be affected so easily. Instead, he became even more determined. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully, trying to see through this illusion. Fang Xingchen's eyes shone like dazzling stars. Even though he could not feel the strength in his body, he did not panic. He continued to move forward, as if he wanted to walk to the end of the darkness, to the end of the world, to walk out of this illusion, to break through this illusion. Chapter 698. It's starting to explode today. How many chapters do you think? Outside the ancient Yuan Hall, the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain and the sect master of Taiyuan sect each stood in a corner. They didn't talk much. Blue Feather, everything I do is for the prosperity of the sect. Suddenly, the sect master of Taiyuan's sect broke the silence. What he meant was that choosing Fang Xingchen to inherit the fate of the sect and embark on the path of invincibility was for the sake of the Taiyuan Sky sect. Of course, there was also some personal selfishness. It was normal. I know, but I think Chen Zong is the best choice. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain didn't show any signs of anger. He expressed his opinion calmly and firmly. That's right. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain and the sect master of Taiyuan sect each had their own opinions on who would inherit the fate of the sect and embark on the path of invincibility. They belonged to two different factions. One supported Chen Zong, while the other supported Fang Xingchen. The faction that supported Fang Xingchen was none other than the Zhenyuan Mountain and the Mingguang Mountain that couldn't bear to see Blue Feather Mountain doing well. In addition, there was also the Extreme Sun Mountain that had a good relationship with the Mingguang Mountain. As for the other four mountains, they supported Chen Zong. Among the Taiyuan 7 mountains, Zhenyuan Mountain was the most powerful. Therefore, 4 against 3 was a tie. In order to decide who would inherit the fate of the sect, the two factions had many arguments and even disputes in this month. They were almost on the verge of fighting. But everyone knew that once they fought, things would become serious. Therefore, they could only leave it to the people who could make the decision. In the Taiyuan Sky sect, who had the right to make the decision? Without a doubt, it was the two emperors. Coincidentally, Emperor Guiyuan came out of seclusion and left it to him to make the decision. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain and the sect master of Taiyuan sect didn't speak anymore. They were waiting for the result. The air was cold. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Two figures walked out of the ancient Yuan Hall one after another. Their expressions were normal and there was no sadness or joy. They were Chen Zong and Fang Xingchen. Immediately, the expressions of the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain and the sect master of Taiyuan sect changed. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain's expression darkened. He left with Chen Zong without looking back. The sect master of Taiyuan sect was smiling. Disciple, what did Emperor Gu Yuan say? On the way, the Dark Feather Mountain master asked in a deep voice. Chen Zong told him what had happened after he entered. In fact, when Chen Zong broke through the illusion, he walked out and didn't see Emperor Gu Yuan at all. Chen Zong himself was baffled by the whole process. Master, has Emperor Gu Yuan chosen senior brother Fang? Chen Zong couldn't help but ask. The Green Feather Mountain Lord nodded, his face filled with anger. Chen Zong had defeated Fang Xingchen and had even comprehended and grasped the great sword force. Such a genius was the best candidate to inherit the fate of the sect and step onto the path of invincibility. However, in the end, Emperor Guiyuan had chosen Fang Xingchen. This caused the Blue Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord to feel very indignant. However, Emperor Gu Yuandi's choice was also the final decision of the two factions. Since Emperor Gu Yuandi had chosen Fang Xingchen, the Dark Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord would not go against the agreement and cause a ruckus. It was inevitable that he would feel displeased. Chen Zong also felt displeased. He had clearly defeated Fang Xingchen with his own strength and became the number one core disciple. However, he couldn't inherit the fate of the sect and step onto the path of invincibility. If it were anyone else, they would feel uncomfortable. Since Chen Zong knew about the path of invincibility, he had made up his mind that one day, he would take this path. However, he didn't expect that there would be a path to inherit the fate of the sect. So what if he was displeased? He couldn't change this decision. Cultivate well. Since there's no hope for you to walk the path of invincibility, you should further strengthen your foundation and break through to the extreme mortal realm. The Blue Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord spoke with some consolation. I expect that with your foundation and talent, you won't lose to Fang Xingchen even in the transcendent realm. Yes, Master. Chen Zong also exhaled. There were some things that couldn't be changed by human strength. Unless he could make the final decision, just like Emperor Gu Yuan. However, if he had the status and strength of Emperor Gu Yuan, he wouldn't have to fight for these things. Sometimes it was just that contradictory. However, no matter what, only with enough strength could one have enough authority to speak. Since ancient times, no matter where it was, this was the eternal truth. Forget it. Since things had come to this point, he could only accept it. Chen Zong quickly adjusted and made a new cultivation plan for himself. He would first go to the Enlightenment realm and comprehend more minor true meanings until he reached the limit of what he could bear. Then, he would enter the martial arts realm and completely master all the minor true meanings. After that, he could break through to the transcendent realm and truly embark on the path of the strong. After returning to Blue Feather Mountain, what happened next would have nothing to do with him. He would cultivate wholeheartedly. Soon, the matter of who inherited the fate of the sect and stepped onto the path of invincibility was known to everyone. Why isn't it Senior Brother Chen? Yeah, Senior Brother Chen defeated Fang Xingchen. He deserves to be the number one core disciple. He should be the one to inherit the fate of the sect. What the hell happened? There must be a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy. Many disciples who supported Chen Zong were filled with righteous indignation. Most of these disciples were from ordinary backgrounds. What conspiracy? Chen Zong defeated senior brother Fang only temporarily. It doesn't mean that senior brother Fang's strength is inferior to Chen Zong. Moreover, in terms of bloodline, senior brother Fang is nobler and more orthodox than Chen Zong. He is the most suitable person to inherit the fate of the sect. This was the opinion of another disciple from a better background. In fact, it could also be seen that the conflict between Chen Zong and Fang Xingchen had the shadow of a factional conflict. One faction was considered as a wealthy family, while the other faction was considered as an ordinary small family with ordinary background. Who dares to say that there is a conspiracy? This is the decision made by one of the twin emperors of our Tai Yuan heavenly sect, Emperor Gu Yuan. In a word, the argument between the disciples ended. Who could refute? Who dared to refute? Although there were still many people who protested for Chen Zong, it was to no avail. Like a splash of water, they gradually quieted down and returned to their usual calm. In the realm of enlightenment, Chen Zong was wholeheartedly comprehending the lesser true intent. Currently, Chen Zong had comprehended over 10 types of minor true intent. The true intent of sword had 5 minor true intents, the true intent of water had 4 minor true intents, and the true intent of fire had 4 minor true intents. Currently, Chen Zong was comprehending one of the 4 minor true intents of wind. The true intent of swift wind. In the realm of enlightenment, there were too many lesser true intents or a wave. These were left behind by generations of cultivators who had entered to comprehend the lesser true intents. For example, Chen Zong would also leave behind aura waves when he comprehended the lesser true intents here, making it convenient for future generations to comprehend. However, Chen Zong realized that the comprehension of the true intent of swift wind was much more difficult than the comprehension of the lesser true intents of water and lesser true intents of fire. This didn't mean that the true intent of wind was more profound and mystical than the true intents of water or fire. It was because Chen Zong had already comprehended more than 10 lesser true intent. Everyone had their own limits, no matter what kind of power it was. The stronger the mental power, the more lesser true intents one could withstand. Most of the 9-star Grandmaster level experts could only withstand 3 to 5 lesser true intents. For example, the Grandmaster level experts that Chen Zong encountered on Chaotian Island, the Conqueror Martial Grandmaster only grasped 4 lesser true intent. Perhaps he could grasp more, but he could only grasp 5 lesser true intents. As for the Mystic Sword Grandmaster, he could only grasp 6 lesser true intents at most. Those who could grasp 10 or more lesser true intents were even rarer. Every single one of them was a genius among geniuses. They were either born with powerful mental power or acquired through fortuitous encounters. People like Fang Xingchen and Chen Zong, who grasped 13 lesser true intents, were even rarer. It was hard to find more than a handful of disciples in the entire Tai Yuan Heaven sect. The more lesser true intents one grasped, the greater the burden on one's mental power. Even if one hadn't reached the limit, the difficulty of grasping another lesser true intents would undoubtedly increase by a lot. As time passed, the impact of the chaotic intent became more obvious. Gradually, Chen Zong couldn't take it anymore and could only stand up and leave. It was a pity that he didn't manage to comprehend the true intent of swift wind. He only managed to grasp the surface of it. I have to enter again to truly comprehend it, Chen Zong thought to himself. Fortunately, he had enough merits in his sect. After a day, Chen Zong entered the realm of enlightenment again and continued to comprehend the true intent of swift wind. As he wished, he managed to grasp the true intent of swift wind. However, he couldn't continue and could only leave. There were 4 lesser true intents in the true intent of wind. They were the true intent of swift wind, the true intent of wind advantage, the true intent of storm, and the true intent of wind harmony. Swift referred to speed. The speed of the wind was very fast. Sharp referred to the sharpness of the wind. There was an ancient saying that described the sharpness of the wind. Violent referred to the raging wind, destroying everything in its path. Gentle referred to the gentle breeze, silently seeping into all things. After comprehending the true intent of swift wind, Chen Zong entered the martial arts demonstration realm to deepen his comprehension of the true intent of swift wind. With his superb sword skills and vigorous foundation, he used the true intent of swift wind as the foundation to create his own sword move. This move wasn't for battle. It was for comprehending the true intent of swift wind to strengthen his own accumulation and foundation. Every day, Chen Zong entered the realm of enlightenment again and again to comprehend the true intent of wind advantage. Only after he grasped the true intent of wind advantage would he enter the martial arts demonstration realm and use the true intent of wind advantage as the foundation to create his own sword move. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Chen Zong had finally comprehended and grasped the 4 lesser true intents of the true intent of wind. He had also thoroughly comprehended the 4 lesser true intents in the martial arts demonstration realm and created his own sword move. Comprehending 4 lesser true intents in a month and using them to create his own sword move. It was shocking to say that it was too fast. However, the amount of effort required was unimaginable. Not to mention the time and effort that Chen Zong had put in, just the amount of contribution points required by the sect was frightening. On average, it was 3,000 contribution points a day. In a month, it was 90,000 contribution points. If it wasn't for Chen Zong obtaining first place in the sect grand competition and receiving a large amount of contribution points as a reward from the sect, he wouldn't have been able to consume so much. I feel that the burden on my mental energy is about to reach its limit, Chen Zong thought to himself. But reaching the limit didn't mean that he had truly reached it. He could still continue to comprehend the lesser true intent. It was just that he didn't know how many more he could grasp. It might be 1, or it might be 2. No matter what, Chen Zong had already made his decision. As long as the lesser true intents he grasped reached the limit, he would attempt to break through. Chapter 699. Fang Xingchen has been defeated. The first sentence from the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountains stunned Chen Zong. Only then did he react. Fang Xingchen, who had inherited the sect's fate energy and embarked on the path of invincibility, had been defeated. He was first surprised, then relieved. Fang Xingchen was indeed very strong and was undoubtedly an expert of the 3rd level. However, he was not truly invincible. After all, he had been defeated by Fang Xingchen's sword. Only one person who inherited the sect's fate energy and embarked on the path of invincibility would be able to emerge victorious. The rest would all be defeated. Once defeated, a portion of the sect's fate energy would be swallowed up by the other party. The impact on the entire sect was very obvious. Of course, as long as the foundation was not damaged, the fate energy that was swallowed up would gradually return with the passage of time. However, that 10% would take at least 10 years to return. Previously, the person who inherited the sect's fate energy and embarked on the path of invincibility was also defeated. This time around, the fate energy that has yet to fully recover will be damaged once again. The impact on the sect will slowly increase. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain sighed heavily. No matter how the sects were divided or how they competed, it was ultimately for the prosperity of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. May I know why Master has called me here? Chen Zong's feelings for the Tai Yuan Heaven sect were far from the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. Naturally, he was not as emotional as the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. He was only curious about the purpose of the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. We all agreed that you are the best candidate to inherit the sect's fate energy and embark on the path of invincibility. However, in the end, Emperor Gu Yuandi chose Fang Xingchen. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain restrained his emotions and said unhurriedly, "This time, Fang Xingchen's defeat also proved that their choice was wrong. Therefore, after the hard work of the other mountain lords and I, we've decided that you will once again inherit the sect's fate energy and embark on the path of invincibility. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain's eyes were as bright as the sun, carrying heavy responsibility and hope. However, this time around, you must win at least 2 rounds. If you lose, you will lose another 10% of your fate energy and will need at least 30 years to fully return. The impact will be great. The truth was not as simple as what the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain had said. With Fang Xingchen's defeat, a portion of the sect decided to stop and not participate in the fight for the path to invincibility. After all, if they were to lose another 10% of their destiny, the impact would be very serious. However, another part of them believed that they should take another gamble because there was still Chen Zong in the sect, who was even more powerful than Fang Xingchen. Perhaps he could help the sect seize back the 10% of destiny. Taking things into account, as long as Chen Zong could defeat the 2 of them, even if he were to be defeated later on, he would be able to make up for the luck that Fang Xingchen had lost after being defeated. However, no one dared to guarantee that they would be able to win 2 matches consecutively. Take Fang Xingchen for example. His thoughts were beautiful, but reality was cruel. He had lost the first match. I'm not forcing you. I'm just telling you this. The choice is up to you, the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain said. He also knew that this would bring great pressure to Chen Zong. Master, who defeated Fang Xingchen? Chen Zong was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Although Fang Xingchen had been defeated by his sword, it was because he had attained a breakthrough and comprehended the Great Sword Force. If he had not comprehended the Great Sword Force, Chen Zong reckoned that he would have been defeated by Fang Xingchen in the end. For someone with such strength to be defeated in the first match, wouldn't that mean that the other people who had stepped onto the path to invincibility were extremely powerful? Actually, with Fang Xingchen's strength, unless he encountered an opponent who was too strong, he wouldn't have been defeated in the first match. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain said, "Do you know that in the Blue Waves continent there are a total of 15 top forces? The 2 sacred grounds, the 8 heavenly sects, and the 5 emperor clans. Other than that, there are also a few hidden ancient forces. The 2 sacred grounds, the 8 heavenly sects, and the 5 emperor clans all have someone who has stepped onto the path to invincibility. As for the few hidden ancient forces, that might not be the case." This time, Fang Xingchen encountered the person who had inherited the destiny of the Tsangu Sacred Ground, one of the 2 sacred grounds. After a battle, he was defeated. According to the news brought back by the Tao Protector, Fang Xingchen had given it his all and even displayed the celestial phenomenon. However, he was still defeated by the other party. It is estimated that the strength of the person who had inherited the Great Sword Force is not inferior to yours. Chen Zong had a solemn feeling. However, at the same time, there was also an indescribable feeling of agitation and excitement. "Master, I'll go," Chen Zong said solemnly. This was a rare opportunity. "All right." A smile appeared on the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain's solemn face. "Follow me." Standing up, the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain led Chen Zong out of Blue Feather Mountain and headed for Jinyuan Mountain. Jinyuan Mountain was the leader of the 7 mountains of Primordial 7. The place that had inherited the destiny was also within Jinyuan Mountain. "You're here." Seeing the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain and Chen Zong, the Rainbow Fall Mountain's Mountain Lord spoke. "You're here." The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain nodded. Numerous gazes landed on Chen Zong, instantly causing Chen Zong to feel an astonishing pressure. The lords of the 7 mountains were all present. There were also a few Heaven Realm elders present. "Chen Zong, since you're here, it means that you're going to inherit the sect's destiny and step onto the path to invincibility. You must remember that you can only win and not lose." A Heaven Realm elder from Jinyuan Mountain shouted sternly. His eyes were astonishingly cold, as if he wanted to pierce through Chen Zong. Elder Fong, who can guarantee victory? The Rainbow Fall Mountains Mountain Lord asked coldly. Is it you or Fong Xingchen? The Rainbow Fall Mountains Mountain Lord's question immediately caused the elder's expression to change. However, it was a fact that Fong Xingchen had been defeated. For a moment, he couldn't say anything. The reason why he was so harsh on Chunzong was because his surname was Fong and he came from the same clan as Fong Xingchen. From the start, he strongly supported Fong Xingchen to inherit the sect's destiny and step onto the path to invincibility. After Fong Xingchen's defeat, he also objected to letting Chen Zong inherit the sect's destiny and step onto the path to invincibility. However, in the end, he couldn't win the argument. Hence, his attitude towards Chen Zong wasn't very good. Chen Zong, Xingchen has been defeated. Now, the sect's hopes are pinned on you. I don't expect you to win consecutively, but you must at least win the first 2 battles, the sect Lord of Primordial 7 said. His voice wasn't cold at all. It even sounded a little gentle, but it also contained a kind of determination that left no room for doubt. Sect Lord, I'll do my best, Chen Zong replied. Who could guarantee that he wouldn't be defeated? He could only say that he would do his best to defeat his opponent. Although this was what he said, Chen Zong's heart was filled with an incomparably firm belief that he would win. It wasn't arrogance, but a kind of conviction. Under the lead of the sect Lord of Primordial 7, everyone passed through a light gate and stepped into the belly of Mount Jinyuan. They came before a pitch-black gate. The pitch-black gate was tightly shut and looked extremely heavy. It gave Chen Zong a feeling that the pitch-black gate was connected to the entire mountain. In fact, this was the truth. Due to some special means, when this gate was shut, it was as if the entire mountain was connected. In other words, without the correct method, it was impossible to open this gate. Even if a titled martial monarch expert used all his strength, it would be difficult for him to open it in one go. That would be equivalent to shaking Mount Jinyuan. A profound sky realm expert indeed had the ability to destroy a mountain. However, it depended on what kind of mountain it was. For a mountain like Mount Jinyuan, even a titled martial monarch expert wouldn't be able to destroy it in one go. The method to open this gate was in the hands of the 7 mountain lords. At least 4 of them were needed to open it. The pitch-black door opened, and Chen Zong seemed to hear a roar. The roar was full of majesty and dominance, as if it came from the 9th heaven. It was earth-shattering and made all living things submit to it. Disciple, go on in, the Green Feather Mountain Lord said. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong took a step forward and stepped into the darkness. The figure that entered his sight immediately caused Chen Zong to be extremely shocked. Its entire body was golden, and it emitted a dazzling light. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a crocodile, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, ears like a cow. Dragon. It was a golden dragon. The golden dragon was more than 15 meters long. It swam in the darkness as if it was soaring in the universe. Its body was strong and agile, and it was incomparable. Chen Zong stared at the golden dragon, and the golden dragon looked at Chen Zong at the same time. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the golden dragon's eyes. A golden dragon shadow separated from the golden dragon and rushed toward Chen Zong. Unable to dodge, it circled 9 times above Chen Zong's head and penetrated into Chen Zong's body through the top of his head. At that moment, Chen Zong felt as if something had happened to him, but he didn't feel anything. However, he was certain that the 5-meter-long golden dragon was the fate of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Fortune was an illusory power that existed between heaven and earth. It was difficult to feel and touch. When fortune reached a certain level, it could transform into a dragon. All the high-grade sects' fortune had reached the point of transforming into a dragon, but there was a difference in length. The longer the dragon, the more prosperous it was. The Taiyuan Heaven Sect's Golden Dragon of Fortune was originally 70 meters long, but because of the 2 failures on the Invincible Path, it was now only 15 meters long. Of course, as time went by, the swallowed fortune would return little by little, and it would be completely restored in a few decades. As for the sect that had swallowed the fortune, the portion that had been swallowed would be slowly restored to its original extent as time went by. It could be said that the fortune wouldn't disappear, and the total amount wouldn't change. The only difference was whether the fortune had decreased or increased. Although there was a time limit for swallowing or losing the fortune of another sect, during this period, the increase in fortune would have a subtle impact on all aspects of the sect. It could often make the sect go further. It was precisely because of this that all the sects were so enthusiastic about it. Otherwise, if the fortune that had been swallowed was difficult to recover, the sect that had swallowed the fortune of others would continue to accumulate and become stronger and stronger, and eventually surpass the other forces. The moment Chen Zong's fortune was added to his body, he understood many things that he didn't know before. "Fortune," he murmured. Although Chen Zong could feel the existence of the fortune in his body, he couldn't control it. The fortune didn't listen to his command at all, and it was dormant in his body. However, as long as Chen Zong defeated someone who also carried the same fortune, the fortune would naturally appear and swallow 10% of the other's fortune to strengthen himself. Chapter 700. Adjacent to the Taiyuan continent was the ultimate martial continent. The ultimate martial continent was governed by the ultimate martial sect. Like the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, it was one of the 8 great heavenly sects. Thousands of meters above the Taiyuan continent, a huge figure was flying forward at an astonishing speed, like an aurora. It was a giant bird with a wingspan of 30 meters and a dark golden body. The giant bird looked similar to an eagle, but its neck was longer and its head was 70% like an eagle's and 30% like a dragon's. Its beak was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through all the hard things in the world. His pair of golden eyes were extremely cold and emotionless. Its long and narrow wings looked as sharp as a blade, easily cutting through the sky and increasing its speed to the extreme. However, its body, especially its abdomen, was very fat, as if it had eaten too much. It was as round as a balloon that had been blown to the extreme. A pair of claws curled under its fat body were covered with cuticles, full of amazing defensive power. The tips of the claws were extremely sharp, as if they could crush a mountain with a light scratch. There was not a single feather on the giant bird's body. It only had palm-sized dragon scales that covered its body, making it look even more majestic. This giant bird was called the Saint Yuan Heavenly Wings. It was the guardian spirit beast of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect. In terms of level, it was at level 11, corresponding to a profound Heaven Realm Master. There were 2 people sitting on the back of the Saint Yuan Heavenly Wings. One was Chen Zong, and the other was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His face was wooden, and his forehead was filled with wrinkles. He always had a bitter expression on his face, as if he was recalling something unpleasant. However, he was actually cultivating on his own. He didn't want to look like this. He didn't tell Chen Zong his name, so Chen Zong only knew that he was his protector. A cultivator of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect had the strength of a profound Heaven Intermediate Stage cultivator. It was said that if he went all out, he could even compete with a profound Heaven Advanced Stage cultivator. The existence of this Tao Protector was to protect Chen Zong and prevent Transcendent Realm cultivators from threatening Chen Zong. As for those below the Transcendent Realm, they were left to Chen Zong to deal with. This time, Chen Zong's destination was not the ultimate martial continent, but the center of the Blue Waves continent. It was the largest continent among the 24 continents, and it was called the Middle Saint Continent. Within the Middle Saint Continent, there were many factions that surpassed the other 23 continents. There were even some hidden ancient factions. The path of invincibility that carried the fate of the sect was concentrated in the Middle Saint continent. After all, Blue Wave's continent was so big. If one wanted to go to another place to challenge, one would need to spend a lot of time. If by chance the other party happened to leave and went to challenge someone else, then they would have to continue their journey. It was possible that this challenge would take several years. For a genius, a few years was of the utmost importance. Another point was that the Middle Saint continent had a special significance. With Chernzong's speed, even if he didn't stop along the way, it would still take him more than a year to reach the Middle Saint continent from the Taiyuan continent, but it was different with Xing Yuan Heavenly Wings. A profound sky realm flying bird was often much faster than most profound sky realm cultivators of the same level. Therefore, it only took him half a month to reach the Middle Saint continent and participate in the path of invincibility that had already begun. Along the way, the Tao Protector didn't say a word, remaining silent like a mute. Facing him, Chernzong didn't know what to say, so he simply cultivated on the back of Xing Yuan Heavenly Wings. In half a month's time, he would properly reorganize himself and adjust himself to his best condition. Thousands of meters up in the sky, they would often encounter layers of extreme breaking red thunder and bone-eroding astral wind, but these forces, which were extremely threatening to extreme mortal realm cultivators, were directly passed by Xing Yuan Heavenly Wings without the slightest threat. Xing Yuan Heavenly Wings also released a faint layer of defensive power, firmly protecting Chernzong from any external harm. After passing through mountains, rivers, and thick clouds, they finally reached the Middle Saint continent. The Middle Saint continent was the center of the Blue Waves continent, and was the largest continent among the 24 continents. It was divided into many territories. Xing Yuan Heavenly Wings finally landed in the Land of Dragon Transformation. The Land of Dragon Transformation was the Dragon Transformation Lake, where dragons gathered. The Dragon Transformation Lake was a vast and misty lake that stretched for thousands of miles. Light smoke surrounded the lake, and dragon roars could be heard from time to time. There were also dragon shadows that gathered and dispersed. There were many islands on the Dragon Transformation Lake, and they were all different in size. Some of the islands were famous and some were barren. Sweeping up violent winds that blew in all directions, covering a radius of 10,000 meters, Xing Yuan Heavenly Wings finally landed on the edge of an island. What a big flying demonic beast! That's Xing Yuan Heavenly Wings, the guardian spirit beast of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. Why are the people of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect here again? Didn't Fang Xingchen already lose? For a moment, the people on the island who saw the Xing Yuan Heavenly Wings were shocked and confused. Everyone knew that Fang Xingchen carried the fate of the sect and competed with the other sect's bearers. Everyone knew that he was defeated, and everyone knew that his path of invincibility had come to an end. Now that the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect had sent someone over on the Xing Yuan Heavenly Wings, the significance was extraordinary. After all, the Xing Yuan Heavenly Wings was the guardian spirit beast of the sect, and it wouldn't be mobilized unless there was a major event. Amidst the discussions and guesses, Chernzong entered the Taiyuan Island. There were camps on the Dragon Transformation Lake that belonged to the 2 sacred grounds, the 8 great heavenly sects, and the 5 emperor clans. Other than that, there were a few other camps for the disciples of the other sect who wanted to participate in the path of invincibility. On the Taiyuan Island there were hills and forests. The terrain was complicated and the scenery was unique. The Taiyuan Pavilion was located on a small hill that was a few hundred meters tall. It faced the inner part of the island, and its back was against the Dragon Transformation Lake. At a glance, the lake water was surging and the mist was vast. It was like a fairyland and it made people feel relaxed. Around the small hill was a small forest, and a flight of stairs covered with moss extended from the bottom of the hill to the entrance of the Taiyuan Pavilion. The moment Chernzong stepped into Taiyuan Pavilion, the entire Taiyuan Pavilion, including the small mountain that was a few hundred meters tall, shook. Immediately after, a ray of light rose up. The wind and clouds above Tai Yuan Island changed, attracting even more attention. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded. Dragon's roar! That person is indeed the one who replaced Fang Xingqian. Other than Fang Xingqian, is there another person in the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect who is qualified? Is the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect crazy? They have already lost, and they still want to continue. Aren't they afraid of losing more of the sect's fate? You're finally here. In the Ultimate Martial Tower on the Ultimate Martial Island, Bai Prism Jing stood at the window with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of the Tai Yuan Pavilion. He could vaguely see that the wind and clouds above the Tai Yuan Island seemed to condense into the shape of a dragon. The Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect is unwilling to admit defeat. Interesting. On the Eternal Island, a half-naked and incomparably majestic figure stopped moving his arms and raised his head to look in the direction of Great Yuan Pavilion. His eyes emitted a light comparable to the scorching sun, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a lofty smile. The two sacred grounds were the Tsangu Sacred Ground and the Tianlan Sacred Ground. The 8 heavenly sects were the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect, the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect, the Great Sun Heavenly Sect, the Eternal Heaven Sect, the Minghui Heavenly Sect, the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect, the Xuanzhengshan Sect, and the 9 Stars Heavenly Sect. The 5 Emperor clans were the Z clan, the Qin clan, the Lan clan, the Bai clan, and the Qi clan. The 15 top forces all had their own fixed bases. In addition, there were 3 disciples from the top sect that were close to the top forces that carried their sect's fate. They were stationed on the Chaoyin Island, the White Shadow Island, and the Zhengshao Island. At this moment, the people who were still cultivating in the pavilion heard the majestic dragon's roar. They were all shocked, and when they looked over, they all had different reactions. Some did not take it seriously, while others frowned. Chen Zong did not know that there would be such a change after he stepped into the Tai Yuan Pavilion. It was as if he was announcing his arrival to the others, and it was a provocation. However, so be it. Other than himself, anyone could become his opponent. In the Zhengshao Tower, a figure flew out of the Zhengshao Island at an astonishing speed and headed towards the Tai Yuan Island. Then, another figure flew out of the Chaoyin Tower. He saw that the figure that came out of the Zhengshao Island was already far away, and he stopped in his tracks. He got there first. The young man who came out of the Chaoyin Tower frowned. Forget it. So be it. What if that person is very strong? The people on the Chaoyin Island were disciples from the Dragon Sound Heavenly Sect, one of the top forces in the Middle Saint Continent. They carried the fate of the Dragon Sound Heavenly Sect. The people on the Zhengshao Island were disciples from the startling Rainbow Heavenly Sect, one of the top forces in the Middle Saint Continent. As for the people on the White Shadow Island, they were disciples from the God Shadow Heavenly Sect, one of the top forces in the Middle Saint Continent. The 3 of them had defeated many strong opponents and entered the Chaoyin Island, the Zhengshao Island, and the White Shadow Island. The 3 of them had only arrived a little earlier than Chen Zong. Therefore, they had not fought with others yet. Facing the disciples from the top 15 forces, it was impossible to say that they did not feel pressured. The 3 forces that they came from could only be considered as the top forces in the Middle Saint Continent. They could not be compared to the top 15 forces. This could be seen from their names alone. Heavenly Sect. Heavenly Sect. Each sect represented a lower level. However, with the word heavenly in their names, it highlighted that these 3 forces were stronger than the other forces. When they arrived, Fang Xingqian had already been defeated and left. They all knew about this. They thought that the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect would withdraw from the battle for the Invincible Road. They could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They finally had one less strong competitor. They did not expect another person to come. However, after thinking about it, Fang Xingqian was definitely the strongest. The person who came now should not be as strong as Fang Xingqian. However, the Taiyuan heavenly sect was not willing to accept such a defeat. Therefore, they sent this person to win 2 or 3 matches and take back the fate that they had lost. It had to be said that this was a risky gamble. If they succeeded, they would take back the fate that they had lost and would not be affected. However, if they failed, they would lose another 10% of their fate. Since this person was not as strong as Fang Xingchen, he might not be a match for them. Chapter 701. People of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, do you dare to fight me? People of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, do you dare to fight me? People of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, do you dare to fight me? The voice was like thunder, resounding through the 9 heavens. It was like a storm raging above the Dragon Transformation Lake, creating layers of ripples and echoes. Someone is going to challenge us. Let's go and have a look. He calls himself Xiao. He should be Xiao Jingxiao from the startling Rainbow Heaven Sect. For a moment, many people moved. Some stood on the peak of the island, some stood on the edge of the island, and some even took wooden boats to get closer to watch the battle. The land of Dragon Transformation was the Dragon Transformation Lake. There were many Dragon Transformation Islands in the Dragon Transformation Lake. There were many islands, but they did not prohibit others from entering. Usually, many people stayed on the larger islands, and gradually, many warriors gathered there. Usually, there were also some people with lower cultivation who fished in the Dragon Transformation Lake for a living. It would be a pity if they did not watch the Dragon Transformation battle of such a genius. I wonder if the person from the Taiyuan Heaven Sect will accept the challenge? There was a rule in this battle. Everyone had one chance to refuse the challenge of others. After refusing, no one could issue another challenge for 10 days. However, after that, they had to take the initiative to challenge others, or they could no longer refuse the challenge of others. In many people's eyes, the person from the Taiyuan Heaven Sect had just arrived and probably did not understand the situation here. He would most likely refuse the challenge. Refuse the challenge? Bai Prism Jing smiled and shook his head slightly. Let's see how good this newcomer is. On the highest peak of the Great Sun Island, a young man wearing a golden robe was gazing into the distance. His eyes seemed to contain 2 blazing suns, emitting an incomparably strong light, allowing him to see everything in the distance clearly. On the Chao Yin Island, Kong Jingming, a disciple of the Dragon Sound Heavenly Sect, also came to the edge of a nearby island and stared ahead. So, would Chen Zong accept the challenge? Hearing the challenge, Chen Zong was slightly startled, and then he smiled. Indeed, it was their first time here, so they didn't know what was going on here. According to Chen Zong's style of doing things, he would usually get to know the situation first before making any arrangements. However, since someone had come to challenge him, Chen Zong wouldn't refuse. Taking a step forward, Chen Zong walked out of Taiyuan Pavilion. His eyes met with Xiao Jingxiao's. Do you dare to fight with me? When Xiao Jingxiao saw Chen Zong, he spoke once more. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it swept up a gust of wind, causing the grass and trees on the island to sway endlessly. Why not? Chen Zong's answer made many people's eyes widen. Immediately, a wave of excitement surged from their hearts like a tidal wave. They were really going to fight. If they fought, they would be able to witness an exciting scene. The outcome of this battle has already been decided, Bai Prism Jing muttered to himself, his voice drifting in the wind. If a person who had grasped the grand momentum of the sword could not defeat Xiao Jingxiao, then the grand momentum of the sword would be too insignificant. Although Bai Prism Jing knew the result, he still wanted to see if Chen Zong's strength had improved after a month and a half. Step. Take this. Xiao Jingxiao rushed to the front of Taiyuan Island. Boom. Countless white waves rushed up to the sky, dragging Xiao Jingxiao's body up to 100 meters in the air. Xiao Jingxiao's shout was like a sudden clap of thunder. Immediately, Xiao Jingxiao's body was 100 meters in the air. His right hand grasped the hilt of the saber at his waist. His long saber was unsheathed and turned into a red rainbow, striking down like a thunderbolt. It was incomparably fast. The moment the long saber was unsheathed, the red rainbow was already in front of Chen Zong with an amazing sharpness, as if it was going to split him and tie Yuan Pavilion behind him. This saber was just a test. After all, he didn't know the depth of Chen Zong's strength. However, this saber was also a powerful saber. It belonged to the lower-grade pseudo-lingwu, which was enough to severely injure or even kill a second-level expert. The startling rainbow heavenly sex red rainbow technique was comprehended by a senior expert who observed the rainbow. When cultivating, one needs to collect the chi of the red rainbow and cultivate it into one's body. When one reaches the great success level, the red rainbow technique will fill the sky. Not only is the speed amazing, but it also has extraordinary power. Someone spoke with assurance, as if he knew the technique very well. Looking at Xiao Jingxiao's attack, I know that he has already cultivated the red rainbow technique to the extreme. The sword light flashed, tearing the sky in front of him. The moment it collided with the red rainbow, it paused for a moment and then cut the red rainbow in half. This was also a lower-grade pseudo-lingwu, which was created by Chen Zong not long ago. It was a lower-grade pseudo-lingwu that was based on the true meaning of wind. At the same time he counterattacked with his sword, he became one with his sword and charged towards Xiao Jingxiao, welcoming the crimson red. The sword that returned to its original state was magnified in Xiao Jingxiao's eyes, filling the world in front of him. Xiao Jingxiao suddenly felt a sense of horror. There was no time to think, and he couldn't think too much. The saber slashed through the air, turning into a red saber light that covered dozens of meters in front of him. The terrifying red saber chi crisscrossed and crazily twisted. Even a steel mountain would be twisted into pieces. As for Chen Zong, he was currently surrounded. Kong Jingming's face was solemn. To some extent, Xiao Jingxiao was his old rival. He was very clear about his opponent's strength. He had also personally experienced the horror of this saber. Being in the middle of it was like being cut into pieces. If he was careless, he would be injured. If he was slightly weaker, he would end up being dismembered. He didn't know how strong this Tai Yuan heavenly sect disciple was. Would he be able to block this saber? Suddenly, a blinding light lit up, slashing from one end to the other. It was as if the ball was being cut open from the inside, breaking all the red saber chi. It turned into a crescent moon that tore through the sky and attacked Xiao Jingxiao. Xiao Jingxiao was shocked. He had never expected that his move would be broken so easily. Crimson Rainbow Technique? Crimson Rainbow Extreme. Without any hesitation, Xiao Jingxiao performed his most powerful move. The saber shook and his body moved. It was as if a gust of strong wind blew out from his body. Red light gushed out, and he seemed to have turned into a red rainbow. His body and saber became one, connecting the heavens and the earth. The lake water several thousand meters below him was illuminated in a red color, and multicolored light filled the sky. Kill. Chen Zong felt the aura of 5 lesser true meanings in this saber. However, these 5 lesser true meanings did not belong to the same true meaning. The strength of this saber was very close to that of Fang Xingqian, who had not performed the celestial aspect. It was indeed very strong. However, even Fang Xingqian was not a match for him, let alone Xiao Jingxiao, who was weaker than Fang Xingqian. Chen Zong was sure that once Fang Xingqian performed the celestial aspect, the Starlight Giant would be able to defeat Xiao Jingxiao with a single punch, or even severely injure him. However, Fang Xingqian, who had such strength, was defeated by someone else. Chen Zong was more interested in this person. Xiao Jingxiao could be used as a warm-up. Thinking of this, Chen Zong waved his hand, and his long sword slashed through the air. A jade-white sword light, which was as wide as a finger but was extremely thin, shot out in a straight line, as if it was going to cut open the sky. Edge of Blue Jade. It was also an ultimate move that incorporated 5 lesser true meanings. However, the power of Edge of Blue Jade surpassed that of Crimson Rainbow Extreme. This was because the 5 lesser true meanings incorporated into Edge of Blue Jade belonged to the sword true meaning. However, the 5 lesser true meanings in Crimson Rainbow Extreme came from 2 different true meanings. The jade-white sword light came into contact with the red rainbow that filled the sky. Without a sound, it only paused for a moment before the red rainbow was cut open, as if it was a piece of cloth. Xiao Jingxiao's eyes widened, and his face was filled with astonishment. Kong Zhengming's mouth was also agape. He was very clear about the power of Crimson Rainbow Extreme. If it were him, he would have to use all his strength to defend against it. However, this person actually managed to cut it open with a single sword. Could it be that this person's strength was not weaker than Fang Xingchen's? Thinking of this, Kong Zhengming's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. He felt a little fortunate that Xiao Jingxiao had taken the initiative. Otherwise, the one fighting with this person would probably be him. The sword cut open the red rainbow, and like a hot knife through butter, it shot towards Xiao Jingxiao. Its momentum was unavoidable, and its edge was unstoppable. Xiao Jingxiao waved his longsword in front of him, wanting to block Chen Zong's sword attack. At the moment of contact, a terrifying force passed through the long sword and blasted into his body. The tyrannical void sword force and the 5 lesser true meanings of the sword true meaning wreaked havoc. Chen Zong waved his sword, and the sword light was like an explosion of silver liquid. As it spread out, it engulfed Xiao Jingxiao. When the sword light dissipated, Chen Zong's sword was pressed against Xiao Jingxiao's forehead. It had already broken through all defenses. With just a slight force, the sword would be able to pierce through Xiao Jingxiao's forehead, penetrating his brain and killing him. Xiao Jingxiao's eyes widened and his mouth opened. Shortly after, he realized something and the light in his eyes dimmed. "I've won this battle." Chen Zong stared into Xiao Jingxiao's eyes. Every word of his carried an astonishingly sharp aura. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the air, causing Xiao Jingxiao's heart to involuntarily skip a beat. "I've lost," Xiao Jingxiao said with difficulty, feeling extremely dejected. He came here full of ambition and took the initiative to challenge Chen Zong, but in the end, he was defeated. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Following that, something that made him feel even worse happened. A dragon's roar sounded from Chen Zong's body. It was clear and melodious, and it reverberated through the heavens and earth. Immediately, a golden dragon of luck that was more than 15 meters long left his body and soared into the sky, circling a few times above Chen Zong's head. Golden dragon of luck. It's only 15 meters long. I remember that it was more than 15 meters long before. Fang Xingchen lost the battle, and 10% of his golden dragon of luck was swallowed. Of course, it's only 15 meters long. At this moment, a dragon's roar also sounded from Xiao Jingxiao's body, but it was weaker. A golden dragon of luck that was more than 15 meters long soared into the sky and circled above Xiao Jingxiao's head. When the golden dragon of luck on Xiao Jingxiao's body appeared, the golden dragon of luck on Chen Zong's body seemed to have discovered an unparalleled delicacy. It suddenly pounced, opened its mouth, and fiercely bit Xiao Jingxiao's body. The golden dragon of luck on Xiao Jingxiao's body let out a sorrowful cry, and its body shrank in an instant, becoming less than 40 meters long. On the contrary, the golden dragon of luck that flew out from Chen Zong's body let out a series of joyful cries. Its body stretched and expanded, reaching a length of 16 meters. However, it was still not enough to compensate for Fang Xingchen's loss. After all, 10% of the golden dragon of luck was different from 10% of the golden dragon of luck that was 40 meters long. Chapter 702. That's right, it's the 5th update. I didn't see wrongly. The 6 Paths of Eternity has really released the 5th update. What are you waiting for? Let's start with the monthly vote. The Golden Dragon of Luck has increased. Chernzong has won the first battle. Instantly, the upper echelons of the sect smiled. In the previous batch, the person who had stepped onto the path of invincibility had been defeated, and the sect had lost 10% of its destiny. Before it could fully return, Fang Xingchen had been defeated, and they had lost another 10% of their destiny. If Chernzong were to be defeated as well, the impact would be even worse. Now that Chernzong had won the first battle, everyone could finally heave a sigh of relief. Logically speaking, Chernzong has won and obtained 10% of the other sect's luck. The Golden Dragon of Luck should be more than 6 feet long. Why is it only 6 feet long? Elder Fong from Jinyuan Mountain suddenly asked in a doubtful tone. From what I know, not only are there people from the 2 sacred grounds, the 8 heaven sects, and the 5 emperor clans participating in the Dragon Transformation Lake battle, but there are also people from the 3 top forces of the Middle Saint Continent. The person Chernzong defeated in the first battle might be one of the disciples from the 3 forces of the Middle Saint Continent. Hearing this, everyone thought for a while and felt that this was the case. But no matter what, Chernzong had won the first battle and won back some karmic luck for the sect. If he could win another battle, he would be able to make up for the lost karmic luck and even have some surplus. Send a message to Chernzong and ask him to take the initiative to challenge the other 2 disciples from the 3 forces of the Middle Saint Continent. Defeat them and take their luck, the Taiyuan sect master immediately said. Pick the soft persimmon. The Green Feather Mountain master secretly smiled. It was impossible for Chernzong to take the initiative to challenge someone weaker than him. After winning the battle, the Golden Dragon of Luck increased from 5 feet to 6 feet. Chernzong immediately felt that the Golden Dragon of Luck's influence on him seemed to have become more obvious. After this victory, Chernzong's reputation spread out. A secret disciple of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect who had gone out for training took the initiative to visit the island. This person was a secret disciple of the Rainbow Fall Mountain. His surname was Qin and his name was Zhen. He had long since received news that Chernzong had defeated Fang Xingchen in the sect's grand competition. Initially, he had thought that it would be Chernzong who would come bearing the sect's fate. He had not expected that it would be Fang Xingchen. What was even more unexpected was that Fang Xingchen would be defeated in the first battle and replaced by Chernzong. After Fang Xingchen won the first battle, Qin Zhen took the initiative to come knocking on his door. In terms of status, Qin Zhen was undoubtedly above Chernzong. However, Chernzong's talent and potential were undoubtedly above his. It was only a matter of time before Chernzong became a transcendent. Who knows, Chernzong might even surpass Qin Zhen in the future. Naturally, Qin Zhen wanted to befriend Chernzong as soon as possible. Qin Zhen took the initiative to visit, and he was also a senior brother from the same sect. Chernzong was naturally happy to make friends with him. Through Qin Zhen, Chernzong had a better understanding of the situation here. 2 holy lands, 1 of the 8 heavenly sects, 5 Thearchs clans, 3 great powers of the Middle Saint Continent. In total, there were a total of 18 people who had inherited the sect's fate and stepped onto the path of invincibility to compete in the land of dragon transformation. Currently, the disciples of the Endless Sky Holy Ground, the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect, the Bai clan, and the Qin clan had yet to arrive. Those who had already been defeated were the disciples of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect, the 9 Stars Heavenly Sect, and the Profound Righteousness Heavenly Sect. Now, there was also a disciple of the startling Rainbow Heavenly Sect. However, Fang Xingchen of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect had been defeated, and Chernzong had replaced him. Among them, Fang Xingchen of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect had been defeated by a disciple of the Tsangu Holy Ground. This person was known as the Tsangu Holy Sun. Not only had he defeated Fang Xingchen, He had also defeated a disciple of the profound righteousness heavenly sect, seizing 10% of the fate of both sections. As for the disciples of the 9 stars heavenly sect, they had been defeated by the disciples of the eternal heaven sect. The disciples of the great sun heavenly sect and the bright moon heavenly sect had fought to a draw. Only they themselves knew whether their strength was the same or whether they had hidden their strength and did not intend to decide the victor so early. Not long after, he received a message from the sect. The content of the message stunned Shenzong, but he soon smiled. It was nothing more than for him to take the initiative to challenge the other 2 of the 3 major forces of the Middle Saint Continent and defeat them to seize their fate. However, just as his master, the Blue Feather Mountain Lord, had expected, Shenzong would not take the initiative to challenge someone weaker than him. However, not challenging the disciples of the Dragon Sound Heavenly Sect and the God Shadow Heavenly Sect did not mean that Shenzong could not challenge others, such as the disciples of the 5 Emperors' clans, the 8 Heavenly Sects, and the 2 Holy Grounds. Walking out of the Great Yuan Pavilion and Great Yuan Island, Shenzong walked on the waves and headed to a large island more than 10 li away. This island was called the Hidden Dragon Island, and it was one of the largest islands on the Dragon Transformation Lake. It was also one of the largest gathering places. There were restaurants and inns built on this island. Shenzong walked to the nearest restaurant and sat down by the window, ordering a table of delicious dishes. "Sir, this is our store's precious dragon blood braised wine. We have specially prepared it for you." The waiter of the restaurant brought over a small jar made of red jade. It looked very exquisite and beautiful, like a master-level work of art. It made people unable to put it down. The jar was not big, and it could only hold about half a caddy of wine. When the waiter said the name of the wine, Shenzong heard gasps from all around. Many people stared at the exquisite jar with their eyes wide open, as if they wanted to swallow it whole. Shenzong knew that this so-called dragon blood braised wine was extraordinary. However, he did not order this wine called dragon blood braised wine. "Sir, you are the dragon son of the great Yuan Heavenly Sect. You have graced our restaurant with your presence. This dragon blood braised wine is for you." The waiter smiled. His words and manner of speech did not seem like something an ordinary waiter would have. "Many thanks." Since that was the case, Shenzong did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. "Sir, please enjoy your meal." The waiter bowed and left. Shenzong opened the cork. Immediately, a strong wine aroma spread out from the mouth of the bottle along with a faint red mist. Shenzong immediately felt his qi and blood circulate faster. He poured a cup for himself and put the cork back. The wine in the white jade cup was a kind of amber red. It was a flawless red, so red that it was intoxicating. Under the gaze of others in the restaurant, Shenzong picked up the cup and took a sip. The moment the amber red wine entered his mouth, it seemed to explode. It was incomparably hot, as if what entered his mouth was not wine, but magma. However, it did not damage his mouth. The unique feeling was intoxicating. It was as if magma flowed into his body. His whole body heated up, and his qi and blood circulated faster. He could vaguely hear the roar of thunder, and also the roar of a dragon. After a small sip, his whole body felt hot, but it was not uncomfortable. Gradually, the heat subsided, leaving behind a burst of warmth. Good wine. Shenzong could not help but sigh. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Shenzong turned his head and looked out of the window. He saw the shadow of a dragon circling above an island in the distance. "Someone else is coming." "That's the Proud Sword Island. The newcomers are disciples of the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect." Proud Sword Heavenly Sect. Shenzong's eyes narrowed. Among the 8 heavenly sects, the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect was a sword sect. Among each sect there were inheritances related to the sword, but the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect was the purest. Shenzong's best choice was actually the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect. Unfortunately, the proud sword continent was too far away. At his speed, it would take him a year to reach there without stopping, and this was under the condition that he did not encounter any danger along the way. The Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, which was the closest, was undoubtedly the best choice. However, Chernzong did not regret joining the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. The dragon's roar quieted down, and Chernzong also withdrew his gaze. However, the discussion in the restaurant became even more heated. At this time, a figure walked up the stairs. When his eyes swept across, it was as if there was thunder, causing people to involuntarily feel numb. Chernzong also felt the pressure of this invisible gaze. When he looked up, he suddenly felt that the eyes were as blazing as the sun and as domineering as lightning. After the newcomer's gaze swept over, he strode over, bringing a strong gust of wind with him. He stopped at a table by the window next to Chernzong. "I want this place." The newcomer's tone was domineering and unquestionable, as if he was a god looking down from above. His eyes carried a trace of coldness as he stared at the two people at the table. For a moment, the restaurant was as silent as cicadas in winter. They all recognized the newcomer's identity. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and between his eyebrows was a crystal-like purple prismatic imprint. The imprint seemed to be condensing a golden lightning bolt. He was wearing a purple robe with golden lightning imprints on it. This robe was very wide, and the collar was wide open. One could clearly see this person's strong bronze chest, and a pair of large hands were hidden in the wide sleeves. He was wild, domineering, and arrogant. "Yes, yes, yes." The two people quickly got up, nodding and bowing. "It's the saint's honor that this table has caught your eye." The other person kept flattering him, and even cleaned up the things on the table. His movements were so nimble that they could be compared to the old waiters in the restaurant. In less than 10 breaths of time, all the food and wine on the table had been cleaned. Even the table had been wiped clean and shiny, spotless. In this place, there was only one person who could be called the saint. The saint of Tsangu. Chernzong could not help but take another look at the person who had defeated Fang Xingchen. There was no need to call, and the waiters of the restaurant quickly served the dishes. They even gave away a bottle of dragon blood roast, which weighed about half a kilogram. Immediately, many people's gazes fell on Chernzong. Chernzong had been gifted half a caddy, while this person had been gifted half a caddy. There was an obvious difference in treatment, but Chernzong's temperament was not one to argue over such things, so he did not mind. The newcomer also noticed the red jade bottle on Chernzong's table, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Then, his gaze fell on Chernzong's face, and it was as if 2 bolts of lightning were surging. "You're from the Taiyuan Heaven Sect. Fang Xingchen has just been defeated, and you're already here." The saint of Tsangu's lips curled into a playful smile, but his tone was very domineering. "Are you planning to take back the fortune for the Taiyuan Heaven Sect?" "Sooner or later," Chernzong replied unhurriedly. "Ha ha ha ha." He laughed loudly, and it was as if 10,000 thunderbolts were rumbling in the restaurant, causing everyone to feel dizzy. "I'll wait for you. But if you don't have a 70-foot golden dragon of fortune, you don't have the right to make me attack. I hope you won't disappoint me when the time comes." Chernzong smiled faintly. Strands of finger-thick crimson light swept out from Qi Zhao's body, and poured into the crimson halberd from all directions. The patterns on the halberd seemed to have come alive, turning into a dragon-shaped shadow that circled around, bursting out a terrifying aura that could sweep away thousands of armies. The scarlet dragon shattering the army secret art may be good, but how can it compare to the proud sword Heavenly Sect's platinum soaring sword secret art? Hearing this, Ichienchu raised his eyebrows, and his thin lips curled into a smile. his platinum sword trembled, and a series of platinum sword chi surged through the air, wreaking havoc in all directions. The Scarlet Dragon shattering the army secret art was the highest inheritance of the Chi family. It was divided into two parts, the upper part for pseudo-transcendence to cultivate, and the lower part for transcendence. Qi Shao was a master of the third rank, so he naturally cultivated the upper part, but he had already cultivated the upper part to its peak and had developed his own unique insights into it, making it more suitable for him. Similarly, the Platinum Soaring Sword secret art was also one of the highest inheritances of the Proud Sword Heavenly sect. It had a part suitable for pseudo-transcendence to cultivate, and a part suitable for transcendence to cultivate. Ichienshio was able to inherit the sect's destiny, so he naturally possessed great strength and had cultivated the Platinum Soaring Sword secret art to its peak. Scarlet Dragon rises to the heavens. The halberd pierced through the air, transforming into a red flood dragon that soared into the sky. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, the lake water surged up into the sky, transforming into waves of white mist. The dragon's roar resounded throughout the world, causing the air around it to explode, as if an invisible giant cannon had been fired. Platinum Sword Stab. Ichienshio's sword pierced through the sky. It didn't look as magnificent as the Scarlet Dragon soaring the sky, just a simple stab, but it contained a sharpness that seemed capable of piercing through all things in the world, unstoppable and unstoppable. The huge platinum sword light, like a magnified awl, shot out towards the diving flood dragon. Scarlet Dragon Roar. Scarlet Dragon awakens hibernation. Qi Shao also knew that with just one move, it was impossible to defeat Ichienshio, so he immediately displayed his other two moves. The dragon's roar was earth-shattering, transforming into a series of sound waves that blasted out, shattering the sky and causing the surrounding lake water to explode into hundreds of thousands of kilograms, transforming into violent waves that slammed towards Ichienshio from all directions. Amidst the layers of waves, a scarlet red light that was as thick as an arm silently shuttled through the layers of waves like a thunderbolt. It was fine if it did not move, but once it moved, it was like a bolt of lightning that could destroy everything in its path. Hibernation awakens. 3 moves, one from the front and the other from different directions, immediately sent chills down Ichienshio's spine. Even those who were far away felt their bodies go numb when they saw such a terrifying power. Platinum sweeping the sky. With a slash of the sword, the platinum sword light swept across the void, sweeping across in the shape of a huge fan. Platinum dazzling the world. With another slash, the platinum sword light was dazzling to the extreme, like an exploding platinum sun. Collision, collision, collision. Everything was colliding, and everything was destroyed in the collision. Terrifying shockwaves blasted out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The surface of the lake caved in for more than 10 miles. As it spun, it emitted a violent whistling sound that swept across the world. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a gust of wind, it was as if a giant beast was about to rush out from the bottom of the lake, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Fight, fight, fight. The two continued to fight, the halberd and the sharp sword clashing again and again. The shock waves blasted the edge of the barren island, like a natural disaster. You do have some strength. The saint of Tsanggu sat on a reef and laughed as he drank. Although he said so, his tone was a little disdainful, and he did not take them seriously. Clearly, he did not care about the strength displayed by Qi Long or Ichienshio. Compared to Feng Xingchen, who had been defeated by him back then, there was still a gap. Chen Zong could also tell that Qi Shao and Ichienshio were very strong. However, compared to Feng Xingchen, who had displayed the celestial appearance, there was indeed a gap. However, this was not their full strength. In the midst of the intense battle, Ichienshio leaped into the sky, releasing an intense platinum light that engulfed his body. It was as if a platinum sun was suspended in the sky. Platinum Heavenly Slash. Ichenchio's voice was majestic, and the blazing platinum light around him filled the world. Then, all of it surged into the platinum longsword in his hand. The blazing sword light swallowed and spat out, turning into a huge platinum sword that was 5 meters long. Slash! As the sword slashed down, the platinum sword light, which was more than 10 meters long, seemed to tear the void under the sword and split the world in front of it. This sword moved Chunzong, and also made the saint of Tsanggu stop drinking the wine in his hand. His eyes shone brightly. This sword seemed to split the world in half. Its power was unparalleled. This sword strike caused all the spectators to pale in comparison. What a powerful sword! Qi Shao raised his head and looked at the sky. The world disappeared, and only the platinum sword light filled his eyes. That was the entire world. You are very strong, but I am stronger. Qi Zhao's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Behind him, a red light spread, and the dragon transformation lake was dyed red. The red light continued to spread, and in the blink of an eye, the sky behind him was dyed crimson. The crimson red seemed to have a life of its own, and it became more and more intense. Crimson Dragon's sky-breaking halberd. Every word was extremely heavy, and each word was more powerful, majestic, and domineering than the last. Chapter 704. Platinum Sky Spell. Red Dragon breaks the sky. The platinum sword light and the crimson halberd light collided in the air dozens of meters above the ground like two meteorites, stirring up layers of terrifying platinum and crimson ripples that raged between heaven and earth, tearing up the sky one layer after another. The terrible power bombarded and blew up tens of thousands of tons of lake water, as if there were evil dragons stirring up waves and rolling up monstrous floods to destroy the world. Boom! Boom! It was an aura that belonged to the world. Even though it was only a small part, it was extremely complete. To Chunzong, who had already grasped the grand momentum of the sword, it was an indescribable feeling. Boom! 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 Chunzong's body was directly swallowed up by the terrifying waves. On the other side, the holy son of Tsanggu was sitting on a reef in a very relaxed posture. He held a wine gourd in one hand while his other hand trembled slightly. The fierce wind blowing against his strong chest seemed to freeze, and the several 100-meter-tall wave that was crashing down with wild power suddenly stopped halfway. It was a very strange scene. 50 meters away, the huge waves came crashing down, but when they were 50 meters away from Holy Sun Tsanggu, they stopped and quickly fell back down. Only layers of ripples could be seen quietly spreading out. Boom! Boom! More than 10 waves crashed onto Chunzong's body. Some people thought that even if Chunzong didn't die, he would be in a very sorry state. However, after the waves passed, Chunzong's figure was revealed. He was still standing in the same place, and there wasn't a single trace of water on his body. Facing this kind of impact, Chunzong had a better understanding of the momentum of heaven and earth. Vaguely, his sword momentum seemed to have improved, but it was only a little. After all, sword force was a power that belonged to the transcendent realm. Chunzong being able to comprehend and master it while still in the pseudo-transcendent realm was already an extremely rare feat. Wanting to improve his mastery of sword force was even more difficult. Even though he had comprehended it just now, it was only a slight improvement on the foundation of the first layer. When the torrential waves calmed down, everyone saw Qi Shao and Ichenchio's figures. Qi Zhao's mouth was overflowing with blood. His face was pale and there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Ichenchio's face was also pale, but he wasn't injured and was in a much better state than Qi Shao. His sword also swung away Qi Zhao's halberd and split open Qi Zhao's armor, leaving a deep sword wound on his chest. Blood dripped down, dyeing the lake below red, and then was washed away by the surging lake water and dissipated. With the difference of one move, Qi Shao was at a disadvantage. However, this was a battle for karmic luck. Qi Xiao would not admit defeat until the last moment. Fight! Fight! Qi Xiao's halberd pierced through the air, transforming into a crimson flood dragon. Carrying an extremely violent power, it was also extremely flexible, attacking Yi Qianqiu from all directions. With his sword in hand, a platinum sword light surrounded his body, constantly resisting the bombardment of the halberd. The power contained in the sword was sharp and ingenious, not only neutralizing the violent power of the halberd, but also surging through the halberd. In just 3 breaths, the two sides had exchanged over 1,000 blows, causing ear-piercing sounds to reverberate in all directions, making everyone feel as if their heads were being pierced. Platinum Thousand Silk Sword. Strands of platinum sword qi shot out from Yi Qianqiu's body like countless silk threads, immediately shooting towards Qi Xiao. Not only was the platinum sword qi extremely tough, but its penetrating power was also astonishing, making it impossible to block. A portion of it wrapped around Qi Xiao's halberd, while the rest wrapped around his arms and body. Break! With a thunderous roar, a violent crimson light erupted from Qi Xiao's body, like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years, releasing a terrifying power. Pung! Pung! Platinum sword thrust. Yi Qianqiu took advantage of the fleeting moment, piercing his sword through the sword mark on the armor and into Qi Xiao's body. Waves of terrifying power wreaked havoc in Qi Xiao's body. Qi Xiao couldn't use all his power to resist the power that invaded his body, and he also had to deal with Yi Qianqiu's sword, gradually falling into a disadvantage and being suppressed. Each of Yi Qianqiu's sword strikes carried an astonishing pressure, displaying the sharpness of the sword to the extreme. Another sword strike. Even though it was coming from the front, it suddenly appeared behind Qi Xiao, who couldn't react in time. Qi Xiao's armor was torn apart again, leaving behind a long sword mark on his back. The loss of blood made the effect on Qi Xiao even more obvious. Platinum Sky Slash. Yi Qianqiu took advantage of the opportunity and used his ultimate move again. A huge platinum sword light slashed through the sky like a crescent moon, directly slashing Qi Xiao's body, sending him to the bottom of the lake. Yi Qianqiu stood on the surface of the lake, holding his sword. The lake water under his feet constantly rippled. His face was pale, but his eyes were extremely sharp, as though they contained the tip of a sword, staring at the place where Qi Xiao had sunk. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Everyone's eyes were also focused on the place where Qi Xiao had sunk to the bottom of the lake. However, Qi Xiao seemed to have disappeared. 10 breaths had passed, but he still hadn't appeared. Suddenly, Yi Qianqiu's face slightly changed. A series of muffled whistling sounds came from the bottom of the lake. Layers of ripples went from weak to berserk, crazily rushing out and sweeping in all directions, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. Gurgle! Gurgle! In the center of the 10,000-meter ripples, fist-sized white bubbles were constantly emerging and bursting, creating countless splashes. The white bubbles continued to expand until they were the size of a human head, creating even more splashes. The muffled sounds became increasingly intense, and the bubbles grew bigger and wider. Traces of tyrannical aura quietly spread out, filled with astonishing berserk aura. It was as though a huge beast had awakened from the bottom of the lake, displaying its ferocity to the world. Roar! 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 Yi Qianqiu suddenly soared into the sky. Just as Yi Qianqiu soared into the sky, a terrifying waterspout brazenly burst out from the bottom of the lake, bringing with it an astonishingly tyrannical dragon roar. It was as though an evil dragon had left its lair and soared into the sky. This dragon was formed from the lake water, but at its center was a scarlet red. An astonishing bloodline power fluctuation swept through the heavens and earth. It was as though water and fire were intertwined, creating an unparalleled ultimate move that was even stronger than the scarlet dragon shattering the heavens. This waterspout's head was huge, and its huge body coiled up, bringing with it a series of rumbling sounds. boom, boom. White gold Emperor sword. Ichenchio's voice seemed to come from the sky. His entire body emitted a white gold radiance. The radiance was as intense as blazing, and it also brought with it an astonishing sharpness. All of the radiance poured into the white gold longsword in his hand. As the longsword hummed, the sword light flickered and condensed into a huge white gold sword that was 20 meters long. The huge sword hung in the air, pointing directly at the huge waterspout. Then, as Ichenchio's hands pressed down, it abruptly slammed down, bringing with it intense friction with the air, bringing with it an intense and dazzling white gold flame aura. It was as though a huge meteorite had crashed down. This sword was majestic and majestic, as though a monarch had descended upon the world, and tens of thousands of people had submitted to it. These two moves are enough to surpass senior brother Fang Xingchen's Starlight Giant by a little, Chen Zong said to himself with a solemn expression. With such ultimate moves, if the two of them fought against Fang Xingchen separately, the outcome would be hard to predict. You have some ability. Saint Sun Tsanggu took a big gulp of wine and smiled. However, no one could answer him. Everyone raised their heads and stared. Everyone knew that this was the final move. After this move, the outcome would be decided. The waterspout shattered under the white gold flame aura, turning into countless water droplets the size of a human head. They smashed onto the lake's surface like a meteor shower, covering a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Boom, boom, boom. Every water droplet carried an extremely terrifying power, and could easily injure an expert of the first level. If one was not of the first level and was hit by the water droplets, there was an 80 to 90% chance that one would die. Many people dodged, fearing that they would be hit. However, there were still a few unlucky people who could not dodge in time and were hit by the water droplet. They vomited blood continuously after taking the water droplets head-on. If it were not for someone lending a hand, they would have been killed instantly. Droplets of water the size of a human head fell from the sky, dragging long trails behind them like meteors, smashing towards Chen Zong fiercely. Chen Zong took a glance but did not take any action. Those droplets of water that carried an astonishing power exploded at a distance of over 10 meters, turning into even finer droplets that fell onto the lake's surface. Amidst the exploding waterspout, a crimson-red dragon head charged towards Ichenchio with the last of Qi Zhao's power. Within the shattered white gold flame aura, a huge white gold sword that was a few meters long struck down fiercely. The final collision. The world was silent and there was no sound. Everyone felt as if their ears had lost their sense of hearing, and they could not hear anything. After a few breaths, an incomparably sharp sound seemed to rumble over from the distant horizon, and it shook the surroundings endlessly. A terrifying hurricane swept out, and it contained a heat that could melt steel and a sharp sword aura that could penetrate and cut through everything as it swept out in all directions. A figure rushed up to the sky, and another figure fell down. The one who rushed up was Ichenchio, and the one who fell down was Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao once again fell to the bottom of the lake. When everything returned to normal, there were still countless ripples surging on the surface of the lake, as if they were endless. Qi Xiao broke out of the water, but he could no longer maintain his body standing on the surface of the water. His face was frighteningly pale, and there was a look of exhaustion in the depths of his eyes. You win this battle. Even so, Qi Zhao's words were still powerful, but there was a hint of helplessness. There was no other way. His strength had been exhausted, and his injuries were not light. He no longer had the strength to fight. On the other hand, although Ichenchio had consumed a lot of energy and was also injured, he could still stand on the surface of the lake after falling down. His long sword was swallowing and spitting out white gold sword light, sharp and threatening. It was obvious that he could still continue to fight. Chapter 705. Qi Xiao was defeated and withdrew from the road to the invincible realm. Ichenchio won. For the next 10 days, no one could challenge him unless he took the initiative to challenge others. This was the rule. After the battle ended, everyone returned to their own places. Chen Zong sat cross-legged in Tai Yuan Pavilion with his eyes closed. However, the battle between Yi Qianqiu and Qi Xiao kept replaying in his mind. No matter if it was Qi Zhao's overbearing, formidable, and exquisite halberd technique or Yi Qianqiu's boundlessly sharp and agile sword technique, both of them had their own unique aspects and were extremely exquisite. They were worthy for Chen Zong to learn and absorb their advantages to fuse into his own. Only by absorbing the mysteries of martial arts in the world and integrating one's own essence could one become invincible. Chen Zong was especially interested in Yi Qianqiu's sword art. The technique of using force in it interested him even more. He studied it for 2 days. Although he had gained something, it was only superficial knowledge. I still need to fight with Yi Qianqiu to truly understand it, Chen Zong thought to himself. Chen Zong of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, come and fight with me. The voice was as mighty as the sound of heaven. The sound waves swept across the world. Someone is challenging me again. Who's challenging Chen Zong of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect? Only Yang Jiutian of the Sun Heaven sect calls himself a king. The Sun Heaven sect's Hongtian Great Sun technique is unparalleled. I wonder if Chen Zong can resist it. I heard that the Tai Yuan Heaven sect's Tai Yuan Tai Saint technique is also extraordinary. The Tai Yuan Tai Saint technique is indeed powerful. However, I heard that Chen Zong came from the Tsangyu Mountain, not the Zhen Yuan Mountain. He didn't cultivate the Tai Yuan Tai Saint technique. Chen Zong stood up and took a step forward. He landed on the surface of the lake and walked on the water. In the lake, a figure in red stood with his head held high, as if he was the center of the world. Facing Yang Jiutian, who was 100 meters away, Yang Jiutian saw Chen Zong clearly, and Chen Zong also saw Yang Jiutian clearly. He was dressed in a battle suit, and his upper body was covered in golden red armor plates. His trousers were as wide as lanterns, and a 1-meter-long golden red cloak fluttered in the wind. There was a vivid image of a golden flame soaring into the sky on the cloak, and it seemed to be emitting a shocking heat. Yang Jiutian's hands hung naturally by his sides, each of them wearing a golden red metal glove. The glove seemed to be forged from layers of snake scales, and it was astonishingly streamlined and contained a sense of explosive power. Yang Jiutian's long red hair fluttered in the wind, complementing the short cloak on his back. It was as if a ball of fire was jumping and burning. His eyes were not completely black, but filled with a layer of red light. It was a red light that belonged to the sun. Just by looking at it, one could feel a trace of heat spreading out, and one's body temperature seemed to be affected by it and kept rising. What a great Yang Jiutian! Since you've come out, you must want to fight with me. Yang Jiutian spoke again. His voice was majestic and domineering, as if he was an emperor of the mortal world who could decide life and death with a single word. I have never shown mercy to anyone who fights with me. If you're afraid, you can admit defeat now. After Chen Zong came here, he had more or less done some research on the other people who carried the fate of the sect. It was said that Yang Jiutian of the Great Sun sect was not a native of the Blue Waves continent, but came from an island. On that island, he was the crown prince of a dynasty. In order to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, he decisively gave up the position of crown prince. However, the royal bloodline of the dynasty and the years of being the crown prince had cultivated an extraordinary temperament. In addition, after integrating the essence of the dynasty's martial arts into the Great Sun art of the Great Sun sect, his every move was like a noble of the mortal world. I'll fight you. Chen Zong smiled and unsheathed the unattiaged sword. The sword light pierced through 100 meters and landed on Yang Jiutian's body. Yang Jiutian's pupils shrank slightly, and his 10 fingers trembled slightly, causing sparks to fly between his fingers. I'll grant you a battle. Yang Jiutian roared and shook his arms. As he opened his 10 fingers, a faint red light flashed. The cape behind him fluttered in the wind like the rising sun. An extremely powerful aura spread out in all directions, and behind him, there seemed to be a red sun's shadow condensing. The surface of the lake below gradually collapsed, and the red light illuminated it. It was as if there was a fire burning at the bottom of the lake. Layers of ripples spread out, and wisps of water vapor evaporated, turning into white mist that rose in spirals. Yang Jiutian grabbed the air with his left hand, and countless red lights appeared from the void. In an instant they condensed into a fist-sized ball of red light in his hand, as if he was holding the sun. With a wave of his hand, the fist-sized ball of red light shot towards Chen Zong. It was not big, but it had a powerful aura that could shake the heavens and the earth. Rumbling sounds echoed in all directions, and it emitted a shocking heat as it shot towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong did not dodge. He only flicked his sword slightly, and the tip of the sword slashed upwards, turning into a palm-sized crescent moon. It cut through the air with unparalleled sharpness, and went straight for the fist-sized ball of red light. With a boom, the fist-sized ball of red light exploded in an instant. The terrifying power spread out in all directions, and fiery red dots shot towards Chen Zong like locusts. They covered Chen Zong from head to toe, and the terrifying power seemed to want to turn Chen Zong into a sieve. The sword light flashed, and all the sparks were destroyed. Then, countless tiny sword lights condensed into one and shot towards Yang Jiutian. A proud smile appeared on Yang Jiutian's face. He grabbed the air with his right hand, and directly caught the powerful sword light. His 5 fingers exerted force, and there seemed to be a cracking sound that made one's scalp tingle. The crimson sword light was shattered. Chen Zong's figure flashed to Yang Jiutian's side. The sword light seemed to have shot from the distant horizon, and it slashed horizontally, as if it was going to cut the heavens and the earth. The crimson sword light was as fine as hair, without a beginning or end. Yang Jiutian narrowed his eyes, and the red in his eyes became more and more obvious. His cloak fluttered, and his right hand slashed down like a knife, as if it was a real knife that could split the sky. A straight crimson sword light shot down and collided directly with the sword light. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of metal clashing. In an instant, Yang Jiutian's palm blade changed dozens of times, and each time, it carried a powerful impact, as if it could break a mountain, and slash towards Chen Zong. With a sword in hand, Chen Zong displayed the exquisiteness of the sword. No matter how Yang Jiutian's palm blade changed, it could not break through the defense of the sword. While blocking, Chen Zong occasionally counterattacked with his sword, which forced Yang Jiutian to turn his palm back and change his moves to defend. In terms of the subtlety of martial arts, Chen Zong was better than Yang Jiutian. However, in a battle between warriors, the subtlety of martial arts was not everything, and it was not the only factor that determined a warrior's strength. Yang Jiutian also saw that in terms of the subtlety of martial arts, he was indeed inferior to his opponent, but he did not care, because what he was good at was never the subtlety of martial arts. What he was best at was strength. Using strength to suppress others. Using strength to break techniques. No matter how subtle the changes were, everything was useless in the face of absolute power. As for the exquisiteness of the moves, it was just a kind of adjustment in the pursuit of tyrannical power, or it could be said that it was a kind of pursuit to perfect his own means, nothing more. If there was something, it would be icing on the cake. If there was nothing, it would not have much of an impact. All the changes disappeared, or returned to one. The edge of the palm blade flashed with a red light, as if a scorching sun was contained in it. It released an amazing heat and power, and slashed towards Chen Zong fiercely. There were no subtle changes in this slash. It was just an imposing and domineering aura that crushed the opponent. Fair and square, no matter how many changes you make, I will cut you down with one move. Chen Zong's face was slightly solemn. This palm blade slashed down, obviously carrying the fluctuation of the saber momentum true meaning. Similar to the sword momentum true meaning, the saber momentum true meaning was also divided into 5 minor true meanings. One of them was the saber momentum true meaning, which had the same effect as the sword momentum true meaning. Chen Zong raised his sword as if tearing the sky. It seemed to be aimed at the saber light, but in an instant, it passed by the saber light and moved along Yang Jiotian's arm at a faster speed. The sword turned into a stab and went straight to Yang Jiotian's face. You use strength to break techniques, and I use speed to break technique. Yang Jiotian frowned slightly. The palm blade in his right hand did not change, and still slashed towards Chen Zong with an overbearing momentum, as if it could split a mountain in an instant. His left hand clawed at the incoming sword without fear. The glove on his hand was an amazing third-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, the best kind. Except for the fact that it did not have the power of a real spiritual weapon, its hardness was no less than that of a spiritual weapon. Even a low-grade spiritual weapon would not be able to destroy it. Unexpectedly, Chen Zong's sword was a feint. What was caught was only a shadow of the sword. The sword avoided Yang Jiotian's left hand and went straight for Yang Jiotian's heart. Yang Jiotian snorted angrily. His left hand moved along with the sword, bringing up layers of shadows in all directions, blocking all the changes of Chen Zong's sword. In front of him was his home ground. How could he allow others to be so presumptuous? Although Yang Jiotian was best at strength and momentum, he was also good at technique. Although he was not as good as Chen Zong, the front of his chest was his territory. His hand moved faster and more nimbly, faintly blocking Chen Zong's sword. The sword was like a swimming dragon, but the hand was like a dragon's hand. The two were fighting, but Yang Jiotian's right palm blade was still slashing towards Chen Zong without any pause. Another dazzling light shone. The Huanzhen sharp sword was unsheathed. It pierced through the sky with shocking sharpness, stabbing towards Yang Jiotian's right palm blade. Yang Jiotian's expression changed slightly. He felt a terrifying sharpness from the sword, as if it could pierce through his palm. He secretly exerted his strength. His violent power surged into his palm. The heat became more intense, and the light became more obvious. The light circled around the edge of his palm, becoming extremely tough. In an instant, the Huanzhen sharp sword pierced the palm blade. The terrifying sharpness tore through the red light outside the palm blade and stabbed into the palm. The moment it touched the glove, the terrifying power penetrated the glove and stabbed into Yang Jiotian's palm. At the same time, the sword that was going for Yang Jiotian's heart was also blocked. Yang Jiotian grabbed with his left hand, causing the sword to pause for a moment. Then, he flicked his finger again. Chapter 706. Fourth update, a wave of monthly votes. Hongtian Great Sun Art was the highest inheritance of the Great Sun sect. The power cultivated from it was known for its extreme heat and tyrannical power. Yang Jiotian was only a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, and the Hongtian Great Sun Art he cultivated was only at the beginner level. Even so, its power was enough to dominate a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. The incomparably hot finger energy passed through the body of the sword and headed straight for Chen Zong's arm. Chen Zong immediately felt as if a piece of red-hot iron had drilled into his arm. It drilled into his shoulder without regard for anything else. Wherever it passed, his bones and muscles seemed to be burned to ashes. An indescribable burning pain swept through his entire body. Not only was the finger energy hot, it was also extremely tyrannical. It repelled all other types of power, as if it was the sun in the sky. Only it could hang high up in the sky. Chen Zong immediately mobilized his Nihility sword to attack the Hongtian Great Sun Art. The moment they came into contact, Chen Zong felt as if his Nihility sword was being repelled and melted. Fortunately, the formless sword's strength was a new kind of power that was condensed from the high intensity of the three kinds of power in his body. It was much more powerful. With its amazing power, it instantly pierced through and crushed the overbearing and scorching power that invaded his arm. Even so, Chunzong's arm was still injured. Fortunately, his self-healing ability was extraordinary. Chunzong's arm was in pain, but Yang Jiutian's palm was in pain as well. He felt as if his palm was going to be pierced by the sharp sword. Of course, Yang Jiutian's palm was protected by a glove and wouldn't be directly injured. However, the piercing power of the sword and the terrifying power that pierced through his glove made Yang Jiutian feel extremely uncomfortable. Chunzong didn't retreat. Instead, he attacked with another sword. Low-rank pseudo-lingwu, one move after another, was continuously displayed. Good! Yang Jiutian let out a long roar. His body was surrounded by a thick red light. As he shook his arms, the void trembled. Countless blazing rays of light gushed out and a huge sun appeared in the sky. It moved forward like a moving mountain and blasted towards Chunzong. The blazing red light reflected on Chunzong's body. The heat was like an invisible storm that swept towards Chunzong, as if it wanted to burn him to ashes. The sword light flashed and the cross cut through the air, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. Break! With a roar, Yang Jiutian grabbed the cross sword radiance with both hands and crushed it. Then, he opened his hand and grabbed at Chunzong. His palm seemed to be expanding in the heat of the sun as it grabbed at Chunzong. In fact, the palm was not enlarged. It was just an illusion. It was an impact formed by the combination of Yang Jiutian's powerful spirit and his martial art. This grab contained a terrifying power. It swept in all directions and nothing could stop it. Chunzong felt that everything around him was bound and imprisoned. It became extremely difficult for him to breathe. Extremely hot air rushed into his body, as if it wanted to burn his organs to ashes. With a solemn expression, Chunzong struck out with his sword. In an instant, he used all kinds of basic sword technique. Each change had a different strength. There were many changes, but they were as smooth as flowing water. Yang Jiutian's overbearing grasp was constantly weakened. In the end, dozens of swords condensed into a tyrannical sword. With the power to break a mountain, it fiercely chopped at Yang Jiutian's palm. Boom! Surging, the terrifying power spread out. The lake below collapsed. Sword marks spread out, cutting the lake open and spreading for hundreds of meters. The long sword and the palm collided. It was as if they were frozen. Countless chi forces shot out. Chunzong's eyes were as sharp as swords. Yang Jiutian's eyes seemed to contain two huge balls of fire, burning fiercely. After the second attack, there was a boom. Violent ripples spread out again and both of them were pushed back. The long sword vibrated and there was a white sword mark on Yang Jiutian's glove. Take another punch from me! Yang Jiutian shouted. He activated the Hongtian Great Sun technique to the extreme. His cape seemed to be burning and the golden sun diagram on it became more obvious. The shocking heat was majestic and overbearing. The lake water below was evaporated. Water vapor rose up and made a sizzling sound. It sounded pleasant, but it made one's scalp tingle. What kind of high temperature was this? If a normal martial artist got close, they would be burned to death. Immediately, Yang Jiutian threw out another punch. There were no changes to this punch. It was simple and direct. However, it carried a terrifying power. It was like a dormant volcano that was about to erupt. From this punch, Chunzong felt the aura of 5 different minor true meanings. Moreover, they were all from the same source. This kind of minor true intent had the blazing and berserk nature of fire, but it also had a kind of upright and unyielding nature. It was different from the minor true intent of fire, but it was much more profound and powerful. If he guessed correctly, this should be the minor true meaning of Yang. The true meaning of yang was a true meaning that was comparable to the true meaning of sword and blade. It was at a higher level than the true meanings of water, fire, wind, earth, and so on. With a serious expression, he sheathed his swords. The crowd was confused. Why did Chen Zong sheathe his swords in the face of Yang Jiutian's punch? Was he planning to admit defeat? Chen Zong raised both his hands and grabbed the thick and long sword hilt at the center of his back. With a low shout, a majestic crimson sword light soared into the sky as if it was about to shatter the clouds. After which, it transformed into a half-arc of light that was as red as blood and tore the sky apart as it ruthlessly slashed out. True strength sword. Power of blue jade. Even if there was a tall mountain in front of him, he would cut it in half. Boom. Tens of thousands of tons of lake water exploded and shot up 100 meters high, engulfing Chen Zong and Yang Jiutian. An extremely terrifying power swept out, shattering the lake water that had been blown up. The crescent moon-like energy cut open the surging lake surface and blasted towards a deserted island several thousand meters away, creating a long crack on the island and causing the lake water to flow backward. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Under the powerful sword, Yang Jiutian couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Every step he took was forcefully stomped on the surface of the lake. The surface of the lake collapsed and countless ripples spread out. The powerful force came back with a shockingly hot impact. Chen Zong took a few steps back and dispelled the terrifying force at the same time. Under the impact of this terrifying force, his qi and blood surged like a tidal wave. First form of the incinerating sun. Second form of the incinerating sun. Third form of the incinerating sun. Fourth form of the incinerating sun. After dispelling the force, Chen Zong swung his sword and unleashed 4 consecutive strikes. Streaks of crimson light shot out with shocking heat. Each strike was more powerful than the previous one. Flowing water. Dripping water. The true intent of water and the minor true intent were also displayed. In an instant, 8 strikes were unleashed. Aurora sword explosion. Another strike. Hundreds of sword lights condensed into one majestic sword light and blasted towards Yang Jiutian. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Jiutian punched continuously and shattered the sword lights. Finally, he crossed his fists and blasted the majestic sword light like 2 dragons coming out of their caves, shattering it once again. Yang Jiutian soared into the sky. While he was in midair, Yang Jiutian spread out his limbs. The scorching sun in the sky seemed to be emitting an extremely intense light. The light was like a heavenly pillar pouring down and bombarding Yang Jiutian. In reality, Yang Jiutian was channeling the Hongtian Great Sun technique and absorbing the scorching sun in the sky for his own use. He was swallowed by the scorching sun and disappeared. Only a huge fireball with a diameter of 3 meters was left floating in the sky. It was like a second scorching sun, emitting shocking light and high temperature. The light rays were like swords that shot down. Hongtian Great Sun? 100 birds. A majestic sound resounded through the world. Rays of light shot out from the blazing sun, turning into fiery red birds the size of a palm. Accompanied by extremely sharp cries, they madly swooped down. With 2 swords in his hands, Chen Zong's pupils contracted and focused. As he waved his swords, streaks of sharp sword light broke through the sky. They were densely packed like a rainstorm and were all aimed at the fiery birds that were flying towards Yang Jiutian. Shatter, shatter, shatter. Countless sparks spread in all directions and covered the sky. It was as if the sky was being scorched by flames. It was so hot that it made one's blood boil. Countless streams of fire spread around and emitted terrifying heat that could melt steel. It was as if they were going to burn Chen Zong to a crisp. All the fiery birds were shattered by Chen Zong's 2 swords. As the streams of fire surrounded them, they were sent flying towards the sky. Chao Feng. Another majestic voice resounded in the sky. Countless streams of fire condensed in midair. A fiery red phoenix spread its wings and let out a long cry. Fiery Phoenix! The fiery phoenix is the king of the divine beasts. Yang Jiutian has cultivated the Hongtian Great Sun technique to this level. Under countless shocked gazes, the fiery phoenix with a wingspan of 10 meters suddenly soared into the sky. It spread its wings again and let out a clear cry that tore through the clouds and shook the 9 heavens. Dive! As it flapped its wings, its speed became faster and faster. The whistling sound was so loud that it seemed to sweep across the sky from afar. Boom! 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 Before the fiery phoenix arrived, the shockingly hot air enveloped Chen Zong and seeped into his body. It was as if it was going to burn him from the inside. Chen Zong knew that this should be Yang Jiutian's strongest move. He sheathed his sword and pulled out both swords in an instant. Edge of the azure jade! Edge of the azure jade! Then, both swords were sheathed again. Speed of the azure jade! Power of the azure jade! Power of the azure jade! In an instant, Chen Zong pulled out and sheathed his swords consecutively. 5 swords were thrown out at the same time and each of them performed their strongest moves. 5 jade-white sword lights pierced through the air. The power of the azure jade was the head, the edge of the azure jade, and the edge of the azure jade were the wings. The power of the azure jade was the torso, and the speed of the azure jade was the tail. Like a strange bird, it blasted towards the fiery phoenix that was about to fall. This was a move that Chen Zong came up with on a whim. He tried to connect the 5 moves together and increase their power to the extreme. What move is this? I've never seen it before. Everyone was dumbfounded. The saint's son of Tsangu squinted his eyes and stared at it. Boom! Hundreds of meters up in the sky, the fiery phoenix and the azure jade bird collided. A shocking explosion occurred, as if the sky was about to explode and the earth was about to sink. The horrifying power raged and set off gusts of wind. The people could not open their eyes and the weaker ones could not stop themselves from being blown back. The heat in the air rushed into their bodies and made it hard for them to breathe. They felt as if their internal organs were being burned. Chapter 707. The sword radiance surged, strangling heaven and earth. A figure fell from the sky like a bird that had been shot by an arrow. Yang Jiutian fell rapidly with red flames around him like a meteor. The terrifying pressure caused the surface of the lake to collapse. With a boom, Yang Jiutian couldn't stop his fall at all. He slammed into the surface of the lake and blasted up dozens of tons of water. Red and white waves surged into the sky. Chen Zong stood on the surface of the lake, with turbid waves rolling beneath his feet. His eyes were deep, and his aura was restrained as he stared at the surface of the lake where white turbid bubbles were constantly rising. That was where Yang Jiutian had fallen. Song Yu's 5 swords were more powerful than a single sword. After defeating Yang Jiutian's fire phoenix, the remaining power slashed at Yang Jiutian, injuring him and causing him to fall. After a while, a figure floated up from the bottom of the lake. It was Yang Jiutian. He floated on the surface of the lake, but his feet were submerged in the water. Obviously, he was seriously injured and couldn't stand completely on the surface of the water. Yang Jiutian's breathing was chaotic and his face was pale. There was a sword wound on his chest, and blood could be seen vaguely. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stared at Yang Jiutian and the sword wound on his chest. With a shake of his long sword chi broke through the air. In an instant, hundreds of crescent sword chi swept over from all directions and attacked Yang Jiutian. Yang Jiutian's face was pale. He opened his hands and flames flickered on his fingers. They blasted out and shattered the sword chi. However, the sword chi seemed to be endless under Chen Zong's 2 swords. A few streaks of sword chi avoided Yang Jiutian's hands and slashed onto his body, leaving many sword wounds. Yang Jiutian was on the verge of collapsing. Even so, Yang Jiutian didn't want to admit defeat. He fought until the end. If Yang Jiutian didn't admit defeat, Chen Zong wouldn't stop. Slash. 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 Everyone's eyelids twitched. If this continued, would Yang Jiutian be killed? Yang Jiutian was seriously injured and had consumed a lot of his strength. Gradually, he couldn't hold on any longer. But even if he couldn't, he didn't make a sound. This was his pride. Staring at Yang Jiutian in the storm of sword qi, Chen Zong stabbed out again. This sword pierced through the space of more than 10 meters and pierced into the sword qi storm, piercing through Yang Jiutian's chest. The powerful sword force with amazing toughness and penetrating power raged inside Yang Jiutian's body, crushing all of Yang Jiutian's remaining power. Yang Jiutian no longer had the strength to resist. A sword was placed on Yang Jiutian's neck. With just a little bit of force, Yang Jiutian's head would be cut off. However, he was not a sworn enemy, and Chen Zong would not really kill him. "You've lost." Chen Zong stared into Yang Jiutian's eyes and said unhurriedly. In fact, Chen Zong had used up most of his strength in the battle with Yang Jiutian. However, he didn't use the sword force. Yang Jiutian was indeed very strong, not at all inferior to Fang Xingchen, who had used the celestial aspect. Fortunately, Chen Zong had improved during this period of time. Otherwise, he would have to use the sword force to defeat Yang Jiutian. Chen Zong also began to realize the benefits of carrying the sex fortune. His essence, qi, and spirit were constantly affected and slowly underwent an indescribable transformation. His understanding of the sword seemed to become clearer, and his moves became more exquisite. If he wanted to use the blue jade bird in the past, it would have taken him a long time to do so. But now he understood. Understanding was very magical. It could take a long time or it could happen in an instant. All in all, the intangible benefits he had gained during this period of time were gradually manifesting. "I won't lose." Yang Jiutian's voice was a little hoarse. On his pale face, he stared at Chen Zong with his tired eyes. There was a kind of tenacity and ferocity in his eyes. Chen Zong frowned slightly. This wasn't a life-and-death battle, but a battle of fortune. If he defeated his opponent, he would be able to take 10% of the fortune from his opponent. If Yang Jiutian didn't admit defeat, he wouldn't be considered a winner. Could it be that he had to kill Yang Jiutian? Yang Jiutian was just an opponent, not an enemy. Moreover, the consequences of killing Yang Jiutian were too severe. Chen Zong wasn't alone now. He was the disciple of the Lord of the Green Feather Mountain. There were many things he had to consider. However, other than killing his opponent, there seemed to be another way, which was to make his opponent lose all ability to resist. Chen Zong's sword trembled slightly, and the sword body hit Yang Jiutian's head. He used a skillful vibration to hit Yang Jiutian's head, knocking him out. If it were any other time, Yang Jiutian wouldn't have fainted. However, he was seriously injured and exhausted. Even if he had a strong will, he couldn't hold on. Once Yang Jiutian fainted, he would lose all ability to fight. It was equivalent to losing. A dragon's roar sounded, and a golden dragon of fortune flew out from his body. At the same time, a loud dragon's roar sounded from Chen Zong's body, and the golden dragon of fortune appeared. Yang Jiutian's golden dragon of luck was 67 feet long, while Chen Zong's golden dragon of luck was only 60 feet long. Moreover, the difference in thickness was also obvious. However, at this moment, Yang Jiutian's golden dragon of fortune was just hovering, while Chen Zong's golden dragon of fortune was flying forward with great ferocity. Its claws clawed at Yang Jiutian's body, and it opened its mouth to bite. With a sorrowful cry, Yang Jiutian's golden dragon of fortune gradually shrunk, while Chen Zong's golden dragon of fortune began to expand. A joyful dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and Chen Zong's golden dragon of fortune grew from 60 feet to 63 feet, and it was even thicker. On the contrary, Yang Jiutian's golden dragon of fortune shrunk. In the Taiyuan Heaven sect, there was a special elder who paid attention to the changes in the golden dragon of fortune. However, since the golden dragon of fortune had grown to 60 feet long, more than 10 days had passed, and there were no changes. Suddenly, a loud dragon's roar sounded, and the golden dragon of fortune that was swimming around suddenly shone with golden light. "This is..." The elder who was guarding the golden dragon of fortune suddenly opened his eyes wide, and he was so excited that he trembled. When the golden light converged, the golden dragon of fortune, which was originally 60 feet long, became 63 feet long, and its body was even rounder. Immediately, the elder took out a token and sent a message to the sect leader and the mountain masters. The sect leader and the mountain masters rushed over immediately, and when they saw it with their own eyes, they were all delighted. "Great! From 60 feet to 63 feet, it's even bigger. This means that Chen Zong's opponent's sect's golden dragon of fortune is at least 66 feet long. 63 feet, the golden dragon of fortune that we lost previously is almost recovered. I only hope that Chen Zong can win again. Even if he loses, our sect's fortune won't be lost by much. What if Chen Zong can keep winning?" When they heard this, everyone looked at each other. Keep winning? Of course, that would be great news, but was it possible? Just the holy son of Tsangu, who had defeated Fang Xingqian, was already very powerful. There was also the dragon's son of another sacred ground, and he must be very powerful as well. No matter what, Chen Zong had already won 2 rounds, and the sect's fortune had almost recovered. This was a good thing. As long as he won another round, even if he lost later, the sect's fortune wouldn't be lost anymore. Chen Zong's mission would be considered completed. If Chen Zong can maintain his winning streak and achieve invincibility, the Taiyuan realm should be open for him once, the Lord of Tsangyu Mountain suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. If he can achieve invincibility, I'll make the decision to open the Taiyuan realm for him once, the Taiyuan sect leader said decisively. Although the Taiyuan realm was important, if Chen Zong really defeated all his opponents and achieved invincibility, it would bring an amazing amount of fortune to the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Although this fortune wouldn't completely belong to the Taiyuan Heaven sect and would slowly dissipate, it would eventually return to its initial level. However, it would last for at least a few decades. An even more prosperous fortune for a few decades would bring subtle changes to the Taiyuan Heaven sect. It would allow the Taiyuan Heaven sect to prosper generation after generation, never to decline, and even become stronger. To the Taiyuan Heaven sect, the Taiyuan realm was like the door of life, comparable to the fortune of the sect. Its importance was self-evident. However, if Chen Zong really could achieve it, it wouldn't be impossible to open it for him once. After all, Chen Zong was also a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. The stronger he became, the better it would be for the Taiyuan Heaven sect. The other lords, including the Lord of Mingguang Mountain, didn't refute the Lord of Tsangyu Mountain's request. Firstly, the other lords had the same thought. Secondly, he believed that Chen Zong couldn't keep winning and achieve invincibility. Taiyuan Realm. Chen Zong put away his identity token. After defeating Yang Jiutian, the golden dragon of luck grew, and Chen Zong also gained some benefit. His mind became clearer, and his body became lighter and purer. After returning to Taiyuan Pavilion, Chen Zong received a message from his master, the Lord of Tsangyu Mountain, telling him that as long as he could keep winning and achieve invincibility, he could enter the Taiyuan realm in the sect once. What was the Taiyuan realm? What was its mystery? Even Chen Zong didn't know. However, the Lord of Tsangyu Mountain had specially sent him a message, and he needed him to keep winning and achieve invincibility before he could enter. It could be seen that the Taiyuan realm was extraordinary. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little curious. However, His master didn't intend to explain. He only said that he would know when he achieved invincibility. Since the Protector arrived here more than 10 days ago, he had been sitting cross-legged in Tai Yuan Pavilion, quietly cultivating. Not only was he motionless, but his aura had also completely disappeared. If Chen Zong didn't know such a person existed, he would have completely ignored him. As for the heavenly wings of Saint Origin that carried him and his protector, it had already returned to the Tai Yuan heavenly sect after sending them here. It was a level 11 demonic beast, and its intelligence was not inferior to a human's. It was just that it couldn't speak human language. Winning streak. Achievement of invincibility. Chen Zong got up and looked out of the window. Clouds and mist rose on the vast, misty surface of the 3,000-mile lake. It was already late at night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and its clear and bright light flowed across the world like water. The bright moon was reflected in the lake, and it was unusually cold. Chapter 708. A bright moon hung high in the sky. The dragon transformation lake was calm, covered by a layer of silver gauze. The night wind blew, and ripples spread out slowly and quietly, crushing the silver gauze and cutting the shadow of the moon. It was such a beautiful scene. A graceful figure bathed in the quiet moonlight walked over on the broken waves of light. Her figure swayed gracefully, bringing with it a trace of elegance, a trace of gentleness, and a trace of enchantment. She was like a fairy under the moon. So beautiful! If I can be favored, I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life. They were all infatuated and mumbling to themselves. 10 years, even 100 years, I'd be willing. Looking at the graceful figure on the ripples of moonlight, Chen Zong couldn't help but be amazed, but not infatuated. Everything in the world was beautiful, and people couldn't help but admire it. But admiration didn't mean possession. Compared to beauty, Chen Zong cared more about the opponent's strength. It was Yin Qinyue, the dragon's son of the Mingyue sky sect. Yin Qinyue bathed in the moonlight. Her white gauze dress was like tassels, and there seemed to be a new moon hanging behind her. Yin Qinyue, if you want to fight, let's fight. A restrained and steady voice sounded out from the other side, and it was like rolling thunder that swept up waves on the surface of the lake and completely crushed the moonlight. After that, a black-robed figure walked over on the waves with his hands behind his back. His legs were like violent winds that whistled past the surface of the lake, and it swept up white waves that roiled like a white python that was swimming about. By Prism Jing, the dragon's son of the ultimate martial heavenly sect. Today, Yin Qinyue from the Mingyue sky sect challenged by Prism Jing. Back then, Yin Qinyue and Yang Jiutian had fought to a draw, so they had given up. Now, seeing that Yang Jiutian had been defeated and had withdrawn from the invincible road, Yin Qinyue felt a bit of pressure. Taking advantage of the moon in the sky, she challenged by Prism Jing of the ultimate martial heavenly sect. Seeing one battle after another, by Prism Jing couldn't wait. He wanted to challenge Chen Zong the most. It was an obsession, but Chen Zong was very strong. After defeating Yang Jiutian, by Prism Jing didn't have much confidence, so he could only wait and see. He didn't expect Yin Qinyue from the Mingyue sky sect to challenge him. If she wanted to fight, then let's fight. Rumble. By Prism Jing's legs rolled up dozens of meters of lake water violently. It was like a white python breaking out of the water, fiercely pouncing on Yin Qinyue. The battle had already begun the moment the white prism mirror appeared. This was a battle under the bright moon. Her beautiful and serene eyes seemed to be suffused with traces of moonlight. As she lifted her eyelids, her gaze fell on the violent white anaconda. With a gentle wave of her hand, the crescent moon behind her suddenly released an even more dazzling brilliance. It violently shot out a crescent moon that was almost a meter long, tearing the night sky apart and brazenly slashing towards the white anaconda. The crescent moon seemed to be made of metal. Its edge was extremely sharp, and it gave off a chilling glow. With a swoosh, the crescent moon cut the white anaconda open from the middle and flew towards the white prism without any damage. Bai Prism Jing's expression was cold. With his hands behind his back, he suddenly raised his leg and lashed out. It was like a giant whip that could break a mountain in half. It rolled up a gale and a huge wave, and it fiercely attacked the crescent moon. Crack! The crescent moon was hit and instantly shattered, turning into countless rays of light. However, the power of Bai Prism Jing's kick continued to extend. It smashed toward Yin Qingyue like a collapsing pillar. Before the kick landed, the lake water around Yin Qingyue collapsed. It was as if an invisible pillar was pressing down on it, pushing it to the left and right. Yin Qingyue's body seemed to be weightless. She ignored the pressure of the kick and moved to the side. She waved her hand again, and the crescent moon prism Jing released dazzling light again. 2 more crescent moons shot toward Bai Prism Jing from the left and right. The crescent moon prism behind Yin Qingyue was not an illusion. It was a weapon, a unique weapon of the bright moon prism, the crescent moon prism. Many of the bright moon prism's cultivation methods and martial arts were closely related to the crescent moon prism. Only the crescent moon prism could unleash the full power of the bright moon prism's cultivation methods and martial art. As the dragon prince of the bright moon prism, Yin Qingyue had inherited the bright moon prism. The bright moon prism. Her weapon, the crescent moon prism, was also very close to a real spiritual weapon. Its power was shocking. The 2 crescent moons shot toward Bai Prism Jing. Then, Yin Qingyue waved her hand gently and a layer of moonlight appeared. The crescent moon prism Jing's crescent moon prism Jing trembled slightly and shone brightly. It was like a real moon. Many crescent moons, 1 meter long, appeared and streaked across the sky in beautiful trajectories. They cut through the air and left many shocking marks. They all slashed toward Bai Prism Jing. Bai Prism Jing's expression was serious. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. His legs vibrated at an extremely high frequency. Then, he leaped into the air and crossed his legs. Countless afterimages appeared. Boom, 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 boom. Powerful energy surged between his legs, blasting out waves of violent energy. Each wave of energy condensed into a huge axe and shot out fiercely. It brought with it a huge white wave that soared dozens of meters into the sky. The huge wave was cut apart and dispersed. The waves of energy collided with the crescent moon prism Jing, shattering one after another. A terrifying aura surged out. The ultimate martial heavenly sect was a martial arts sect that paid particular attention to the development of one's own body. They believed that their bodies had amazing potential, but they lacked sufficient application. Therefore, they devoted themselves to developing their own potential, fully utilizing their arms, legs, and even their bodies, turning them into deadly weapons. Coupled with their cultivation techniques, they could release incomparably astonishing attacks. Then, the ultimate martial sect realized that this was not enough. They did not have a powerful body refining method. Even if they used everything they had and combined it with their martial arts, they were not strong enough and could easily be injured. Thus, after many years of research and countless experiments, the ultimate martial heavenly sect finally created a secret technique, which was to refine weapons into one's body. This way, not only could one obtain greater power, but it could also make the parts of one's body that were refined into one's body tougher than the original weapon. Bai Prism Jing had refined a pair of huge axes into his legs. Not only did his legs have the toughness of the huge axes, but they also had the terrifying power and shocking sharpness of the huge axes. His legs were like blades and axes. When he kicked out, it was like a long blade and huge axe chopping down. The power was tyrannical and violent to the extreme. Boom, 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 boom. Bai Prism Jing fell from the sky. As his body turned upside down, his leg suddenly collided with Yin Qingyue's leg. A huge axe shadow appeared and slashed at Inchinue as if it could split a mountain. Boom, 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 boom. The huge axe was dozens of meters long and had a cold blade. Looking from afar, everyone's face was filled with shock. By Prism Jing's leg art had already returned to its original state. The power of this kick was extremely terrifying. Extremely tyrannical minor true meaning ripples filled it like a raging storm. Inchinue's beautiful eyes looked serious for the first time. The new moon behind her shone brightly. Rays of waning moonlight appeared and intertwined, forming a huge moonlight shield that blocked by Prism Jing's extremely violent attack. Crack! The moonlight shield cracked and the huge axe shattered. The bright moon shone down and was absorbed by the moonlight shield. The cracks on the shield healed. Boom, 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 boom. By Prism Jing kicked again and again. His expression was cold as he swore to shatter the moonlight shield. Inchinue supported the moonlight shield so that it wouldn't shatter, blocking by Prism Jing's extremely violent attack. One attacking and one defending. Boom, boom, boom. Every kick was like a huge axe chopping through the air. It could split mountains and split the earth. That kind of power made many people's hearts jump. The current situation was to see if Inchinue's moonlight shield would be broken or if by Prism Jing would be exhausted first. It was very simple and very shocking. This was a competition of pure strength. Whoever lacked strength would lose. She used the clear moon skill and absorbed the moonlight to replenish the moonlight shield. Every time the shield was damaged, it would immediately recover and block by Prism Jing's attacks again and again. By Prism Jing's expression became more and more serious. Sky splitting. The two words were extremely low, like the sound of thunder coming from by Prism Jing's mouth. The rumbling roar resounded through the sky. Those two words seemed to carry a strange magical power that made people's hearts tremble. By Prism Jing jumped up again and spun rapidly in the air like a terrifying storm. A strong whistling sound filled the sky and earth. The lake water surged and shock waves appeared in all directions. As he spun his legs, he continued to attack. However, he didn't attack the moonlight shield directly. Instead, he kept gathering his legs. The leg shadows turned into the shadow of a huge axe. As they gathered, they became more and more powerful. In the end, they became as solid as a huge axe that was more than 10 meters long. As if they were made of metal, they emitted a cold light and a violent aura. They fiercely chopped down with the momentum of splitting the sky and earth. It was unstoppable. The moonlight shield gave off a crisp sound as it was shattered. The axe paused for a moment before continuing towards Inchinue with terrifying power, causing everyone to pale with fright. Inchinue, the fairy-like girl, was about to be killed by the huge axe. Boom! The axe chopped down and thousands of tons of lake water exploded. The dragon transformation lake seemed to be shattered. The lake water splashed up hundreds of meters and covered the sky. At that moment, everyone seemed to see Inchinue's body being smashed. Clear moon skill? Inke. A delicate voice that was as cold as the moonlight made people shiver involuntarily. As the splashed lake water fell, a figure floated in the air. Behind the figure was a new moon. Behind the new moon was a full moon. The light of the moon was constantly absorbed by the new moon. The new moon released a dazzling light like the sun. In an instant, the new moon became a full moon and rose behind Inchinue. As Inchinue pointed her finger, the full moon with a diameter of 2 meters released a dazzling light. It fell like a meteor and hit by Prism Jing on the lake. Chapter 709. The moon was full, but it was also incomplete. Full or incomplete, incomplete or incomplete, the difference between a full moon and incomplete moon was the change of weather. The bright moon sky sex ancestor had comprehended the heavens and created the clear moon art based on the changes of the moon. It had been passed down from generation to generation and was now the bright moon sky sect's supreme inheritance. The crescent moon was the weapon that could best display the full power of the clear moon art. The first form of the clear moon art was the essence of the clear moon art. Of course, Enchantment was only a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Even if she had reached the third extremity, she was still a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator and was unable to cultivate the complete clear moon art. Her first form of the clear moon art was naturally not the complete clear moon art. Even so, at the pseudo-transcendent realm, it was still extremely shocking. Bai Prism Jing found it difficult to breathe, his dark eyes completely covered by the falling full moon, giving off a cold silver light. Just now, Bai Prism Jing had poured all of his strength into the split the heavens. He thought he would be able to defeat Enchantment, or at least injure her. Once he had recovered some of his strength, he would be able to launch another attack, but he hadn't expected that his attack would be evaded and she would launch such a terrifying counterattack. Forcibly summoning the small amount of strength he had just recovered and crazily squeezing out all of his potential, Bai Prism Jing let out a muffled groan. He had already suffered internal injuries, but he didn't care. His legs transformed into countless afterimages and a violent gust of wind swept up, his whole body rapidly flying away, the lake behind him like a giant white python. First, he would avoid this attack, and then wait for an opportunity to strike. His idea was good, but reality was cruel. The full moon that fell from the sky slowly changed. It was as if the change that took half a month to happen was compressed into a short moment. The full moon turned into a crescent moon. It seemed to have shrunk a lot, but the aura it exuded was even more terrifying, as if it could cut through the earth. With nowhere to run, Bai Prism Jing could only erupt with the last of his strength, transforming it into a giant axe and fiercely chopping down. The crescent moon instantly shattered the giant axe and struck Bai Prism Jing. With this blow, Bai Prism Jing sank to the bottom of the lake, blood gushing out and dyeing the lake red. Enchantment's figure slowly floated down, her white robes fluttering in the wind, but her expression was not relaxed at all. On the contrary, it was extremely dignified. Bai Prism Jing's strength was very strong. If he hadn't used a secret technique to replace his real body at the critical moment, he would have been defeated. In terms of strength, the two of them should be on par. However, at this moment, the moon was high up in the sky, which boosted the clear moon art. This was an advantage. If they were to fight again under normal circumstances, the outcome would be hard to predict. Even now, Enchantment did not dare to relax. She was afraid that Bai Prism still had other tricks up his sleeve. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 10 breaths, a bubble finally appeared, and Bai Prism's head popped out as well. Seeing a crescent moon coming at him again, Bai Prism was startled and hurriedly said, "Stop, you win." He had no choice but to admit defeat. That attack had caused him serious injuries. A terrifying power was still wreaking havoc in his body, constantly consuming the strength he had just recovered. He had no more strength to continue fighting. The moment the words left his mouth, the crescent moon also stopped at the edge of Bai Prism's neck. The slight chill caused goosebumps to rise all over Bai Prism's body. After Bai Prism Jing's defeat, Enchantment swallowed 10% of the Golden Dragon of Luck. Under normal circumstances, the Golden Dragons of Luck of the 8 major celestial sects were about the same length, around 60 feet. However, because of the victory and defeat in the last Road to Invincibility competition, and the recovery in the past few years, some were longer, around 70 feet, while others were shorter, around 60 feet. After swallowing 10% of the Golden Dragon of Luck, the Bright Moon Celestial Sect's Golden Dragon of Luck grew again. "Ha ha ha ha, holy son of Tsangu, do you dare to fight with me?" His voice was like thunder, resounding through the 9 heavens. It made everyone feel dizzy and excited at the same time. They had just watched an exciting battle, and now there was a second battle? Chernzong was also a little surprised. challenging the Holy Son of Tsangu. There was no doubt that the Holy Son of Tsangu, who came from one of the two sacred grounds, was very strong. However, Chernzong didn't know how strong he was because he had never seen it before. Perhaps this would be a chance for him to see how strong the Holy Son of Tsangu, who could defeat Fang Xingchen, was. Defeating Fang Xingchen might not be a big deal, but the problem was that the Holy Son of Tsangu seemed to be able to defeat Fang Xingchen easily. The question was, would the Holy Son of Tsangu accept the challenge? "If you want to play, I'll play with you." A somewhat lazy voice sounded. Before the figure appeared, the voice seemed to linger in everyone's ears. "Then let's fight to our heart's content." The voice was getting more and more violent. Soon after, a figure shot up into the sky from one of the islands. It was like a cannonball had been shot into the sky, bringing with it a shockingly violent whistling sound and dragging a long trail of smoke. It was especially clear under the bright moon. When the figure reached a height of a few hundred meters, it paused for a moment before diving down in an arc like a falling meteor. Under the high speed, the force around its body rubbed against the air violently, constantly bursting out astonishing flames. The flames were vigorous, and its entire body was golden red. As it burned wildly, it turned into a huge fireball like a falling sun. Boom! 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 The air was extremely hot, and there was a series of earth-shattering explosions. What a strong physique! Chenzong couldn't help but gasp. This kind of power could only be caused by a strong physique. Among the dragon sons present, there was only one person with such a strong physique. The dragon son of the Eternal Heaven sect, Li Wuji. The biggest difference between the Eternal Heaven sect and the other heaven sects was the direction of cultivation. The other heaven sects and even the sacred grounds were basically focused on qi cultivation, and body cultivation was only a supplementary method. However, the Eternal Heaven sect was the opposite. They focused on body cultivation and used their strong physique to nurture astonishing force. As the inheritor of the sect's providence, Li Wuji had astonishing talent in body cultivation. In addition, he cultivated the Eternal Heaven sect's supreme inheritance, the Eternal Heaven Extreme Martial Codex, which forged an incomparably strong body. His strength had reached a shocking level, far exceeding 50,000 kilograms. Li Wuji's personality was more battle-hungry, and because of the cultivation technique he cultivated, he had been cultivating all the time. Today, he had gained something and seen the battle between Yin Qinyue and Bai Prism Jing. His battle intent was high, and he wanted to find someone to fight. Li Wuji had always challenged stronger people, so he had his eyes on the Holy Son of Tsangu. The Holy Son of Tsangu was challenged, but he would not refuse. With a boom, the huge fireball fell from the sky. With a destructive force, it heavily smashed into the dragon transformation lake, blowing up tens of thousands of tons of lake water. The scorching heat caused the lake water to constantly evaporate. Countless wisps of white vapor rose into the sky like smoke, covering a radius of several hundred meters like a huge heavenly pillar. The sizzling sound made one's scalp tingle. What a powerful aura! Chenzong could not help but feel excited. He subconsciously clenched his fists, and a trace of sharp aura surged out from his body, cutting the surface of the lake under his feet for tens of meters. When the smoke dissipated, tens of thousands of tons of lake water fell, creating countless ripples. It was like the sea in a storm, raging violently. An abnormally strong figure stood on the surface of the surging lake like an ancient mountain, moving up and down with the ripples. He had a head of short, thick black hair that stood up like needles. Every strand of hair seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power that could pierce through everything. His angular face looked extremely resolute. His eyes were deep, and his fighting spirit was like a spark that set the prairie ablaze. His upper body was not covered by clothes, revealing bronze-colored muscles that were like refined steel. they bulged, containing extremely violent and terrifying power. On each of his wrists, he wore a dark golden bracelet that was 3 fingers wide and 1 finger thick. On his lower body, he wore dark red martial arts pants that were tied with a dark golden belt that was as wide as a palm. They looked very loose and only tightened around his ankles at the bottom of the pants. An invisible but incomparably powerful aura surrounded his body. It was like a flame that rose into the sky and burned fiercely. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the surroundings, causing the lake under his feet to collapse a few meters. Even from a distance, everyone could clearly feel the terrifying aura emitted from Li Wuji's body. The pressure brought by this aura was different from the pressure brought by fake spiritual power. It was as heavy as a mountain and as hot as the sun. The terrifying pressure caused people's blood and chi to freeze, and their muscles, bones, and organs to be suppressed, making it difficult for them to move. He's stronger. Those who knew Li Wuji better were shocked. Compared to before, Li Wuji's aura had become even more powerful. It was obvious that he had made an obvious breakthrough during this period of time. If not, Li Wuji would not have challenged the Holy Son of Tsangu so early. Such a physique! Chen Zong could not help but tremble. Compared to his golden jade unbreakable body, the difference was too obvious. He did not know how much power Li Wuji could unleash with one hand. When everything calmed down, a figure walked over on the waves. His speed was not fast, and every step he took was extremely clear. However, the distance of each step seemed to have been calculated with the most precise precision. The length was exactly the same. Step by step, there was a kind of leisure, as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard after a meal. His long sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his loose collar revealed his white chest that was as translucent as jade. It was suffused with a faint halo, causing the girls to blush and their hearts to beat faster. On his handsome face, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, carrying a trace of a smile that was not a smile. Those eyes that were as deep as the stars were filled with arrogance that looked down on everything. As soon as he appeared, he stole Li Wuji's limelight, causing everyone's gaze to fall on him. It was as if he had become the center of the world in an instant, the focus of everyone's attention. The Holy Son of Tsangu, Nanmen Zhiga. Li Wuji's eyes suddenly emitted an incomparably terrifying light that penetrated the void and landed on Nanmen Zhiga's body like a thunderbolt. Being stared at by this kind of gaze, no cultivator of the second extreme could bear it. Even some cultivators who had reached the third extreme would change their expressions and become extremely vigilant. However, the Holy Son of Tsangu, Nanmen Zhiga's expression did not change at all. He still had a faint smile on his face as he walked over calmly. Chapter 7:10. The bright moon shone in the sky, and the dragon transformation lake rippled. Under the moonlight, many people stared at the Holy Son Tsangu with shock and astonishment. He was calm and arrogant. Nanmen Zhiga, take my punch first. The thunderous voice seemed to explode in everyone's ears, making them dizzy. Their blood surged. Li Wuji raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. A soul-stirring explosion made everyone's hearts beat wildly. It was as if they could see shockwaves sweeping out from Li Wuji's clenched fist. Boom! Li Wuji punched out. His fist power was like a dragon, letting out a sky-shaking, earth-shaking roar. Under the fist power, the lake, which had just calmed down, was cut open, leaving a deep gully. The edge of the gully was like a jagged wave, surging to the left and right. Even though this punch was far away, it made it hard for people to breathe. The pressure was too strong. It was a very pure punch. There were no fancy techniques or unnecessary changes. It just compressed the power in this punch and then directly punched out, shattering the target. It was simple and unadorned, majestic and domineering. It used force to suppress. The terrifying fist energy caused the air to explode and rumbled forward. 100 punches, so what? Facing this extremely powerful punch, the holy son of Tsangu, Nanmen Jiga, smiled slightly. He calmly stretched out his left hand, opened his fingers, and gently pressed forward with his palm. It was silent and difficult to sense any energy fluctuations. However, as Nanmen Jiga pressed down with his palm, the space in front of him was directly suppressed by an invisible force. The lake became calm and smooth like a mirror without any ripples. Li Wuji's punch also collapsed under the pressure of this palm. With a pop like a bubble bursting, that ferocious and powerful punch directly collapsed. Li Wuji's expression changed slightly. He was surprised by the exquisiteness of Nanmen Jiga's palm. Then, he let out a wild laugh. As he laughed, his battle intent became even stronger, turning into an invisible flame. The pressure caused the lake below to sink even deeper. Then take 100 punches from me. As he laughed wildly, Li Wuji separated his legs and lowered his waist into a horse stance. It was as if he was suppressing the dragon transformation lake. He seemed to have turned into a mountain, extremely stable. He clenched his hands into fists and pulled them to his waist. As Li Wuji roared, the terrifying aura became even stronger, almost materializing. Boom, boom, boom. Both of his fists continuously blasted out. Streams of dragon-like fist force completely shattered the air. The space in front of him also seemed to be shattered under the continuous bombardment of his fists. The extremely violent power surged out, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. 100 streaks of dragon-like fist force blasted out, like a long river of fist force surging endlessly. The surface of the lake below was directly split open. How terrifying! In the distance, everyone's faces paled. Chenzong's face was also solemn. Li Wuji's body was extremely strong. The power of a single punch was already very strong. It was enough to destroy an expert of the second level. Ordinary experts of the third level would have to use their full strength to deal with it. Now, 100 consecutive punches were launched. The power was indescribable. Even if a real mountain was in front of it, it would be shattered by these 100 punches. How would the holy son of Tsangu deal with these 100 punches? Should he dodge? Or take it head-on? Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Holy Son Tsangu. Holy Son Tsangu's expression did not change at all. Then, he clenched his left hand into a fist and slowly pulled it back to his waist. Boom! Like a flood dragon leaving its cave, its speed was extremely fast. Everyone could only vaguely catch a glimpse of a stream of light flashing by. Boom! Boom! It seemed like one punch, but it also seemed like 10 punches. A series of explosions could be heard. Li Wuji's 100 punches were all shattered by Nanmen Jiga's fists in an even more domineering manner. Take a punch from me too. Nanmen Jiga smiled after shattering all 100 of Li Wuji's punches. Nanmen Jiga, the holy son of Tsangu, punched out. There was no sound, but it was oppressive. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on one's heart, making it difficult to breathe. All the organs in one's body constricted under this invisible pressure, as if they were about to shatter. Li Wuji's expression was extremely solemn. Nanmen Jiga's punch was not an ordinary punch. If he was not wrong, it should be the inheritance of the Tsangu Holy Land. It was also a fist technique of Nanmen Jiga's main cultivation technique. Ancient Elysium Fist. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Ancient Elysium Fist. This was a terrifying fist technique. It was even more powerful than the Heavenly Sect's supreme inheritances. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. If one could master it, they would be able to better understand the power of heaven and earth. Even if they did not master the power of heaven and earth, when they used Ancient Elysium Fist, they would naturally carry a portion of the power of heaven and earth with them. Nanmen Jiga punched out. It seemed to be extremely fast, but it also seemed to be extremely slow. The alternation between fast and slow made people feel distorted. It was very uncomfortable. Some of the warriors' faces changed. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. Boom, 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 boom. Chunzong's expression was grave. He felt that his mental energy was in chaos. His blood was flowing in reverse. If he was not strong enough, he would have spat out blood like the other cultivators. Lowering his body into a horse stance, Li Wuji slowly raised his arms and drew a heavy arc in the air. He spread his 10 fingers and made a posture that looked like he was about to pounce forward. However, he did not move at all, as if he was about to launch an attack. Boom! Li Wuji's eyes were extremely solemn. Of course, Nanmen Jiga's punch only carried a trace of the power of heaven and earth, but it was still so powerful. Boom! 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 Li Wuji's body moved forward slightly, and his arms pushed forward as if he was pushing an invisible ball. Boom! 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 The surface of the lake below had completely collapsed. Li Wuji's legs were also pressed into the lake water. Under the extremely powerful force, Li Wuji's body kept retreating. His legs drew 2 ripples on the surface of the lake. Boom! 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 Holy Sun Tsangu was truly powerful. Even though it was only the basic form of the ancient Elysium fist, it was still extremely powerful. Moreover, it carried a trace of the power of heaven and earth. However, this was good. Otherwise, it would be too useless to defeat him with a single punch. Boom! 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 The Eternal Heaven Sect was originally a group of people who liked to fight. Their motto was to use battle to nurture battle. Only by fighting with stronger opponents could they improve themselves. His arms shook and his fists collided with each other. It was as if 2 pieces of iron had collided, and an astonishing momentum burst forth. The disciples of the Eternal Heaven Sect never used weapons because their bodies were the best weapons. They were different from the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect. The Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect refined their weapons into their bodies, but the Eternal Heaven Sect constantly tempered their bodies, breaking through their limits time and time again. It was as if they were forging divine iron. Boom! Boom! Li Wuji's shout was like the eruption of a volcano or the rolling thunder. A metallic luster suddenly flashed and covered Li Wuji's entire body, as if he was smeared with a layer of oil. His muscles seemed to have swelled up again, and his body grew larger as well. He looked like a small giant, and the pressure he exuded was even more astonishing, repelling everything around him. Eternal War Body. Li Wuji is going all out. This is going to be even more interesting. The Eternal War Body is the supreme inheritance of the Eternal Heaven Sect. Legend has it that after mastering the Eternal War Body, no one in the same realm can defeat it. Eternal War Body. Chunzong's eyes flashed. This name reminded Chunzong of the ancient combat body. On Chaotian Island, the ancient mountain, one of the 4 mid-ranked sect in the Longtu dynasty, mainly cultivated the body tempering art. What they cultivated was called the ancient battle body. Was there any connection between the ancient war body and the eternal war body? It was said that the ancient mountain seemed to have some history. It was a branch of a powerful sect. Perhaps the ancient mountain was a branch of the Eternal Heaven Sect, and the ancient battle body should be a part of the ancient battle body. While Fang Shijian was thinking, Li Wuji's body grew to a size of 2 meters. His skin was covered in a layer of cold metallic luster, making him look like a small bronze giant. The extremely terrifying air pressure pushed out rings of ripples in the surrounding air, spreading out continuously. Eternal War Body. Nanmen Jiga's eyes lit up, and he smiled evilly. I hope you can take a few more punches from me. Your ancient Elysium fist is indeed powerful, but my ancient King fist is not weak either. Li Wuji opened his mouth to speak. His voice seemed to echo in the air. Li Wuji's arms swelled up, and the large tendons wriggled like dragons, bursting with an extremely shocking power. The cold metallic luster flowed and gathered on his fist. The metallic luster on his fists became more and more intense, as if they were covered with a layer of metal gloves. The ripples in the air around his fists became more obvious. It was as if a large stone had been thrown into a lake. The ripples spread out and swept everything. Chapter 7:11. Ancient. These two words were like thunder from the heavens. King's fist. All of his power exploded in an instant. With a boom, Li Wuji shot forward like a meteor, blasting open the surface of the lake. Waves surged and crashed into both sides. He retracted his right fist and punched out. Body and martial arts as one. This punch broke through the sound barrier and its speed kept increasing. Its power kept increasing. It was as if he was the strongest in the world. It was as if everything had disappeared. All that was left was a cold fist that filled everyone's eyes. In the coldness, there was a sudden burst of heat. This was an incomparably tyrannical punch. This was a punch that could destroy mountains. Holy Sun Tsanggu raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was a little surprised. Immediately, he also punched out. From the beginning until now, these two people had not dodged, nor did they display any profound skills. They were only throwing out punches, but each punch was very tyrannical. Moreover, each punch was stronger than the previous one. Ancient Elysium Fist Basic Style. Boom. The two fists collided, using the sky as the hammer and the earth as the drum. The sound shook the heavens and the earth. The bright moon lost its brilliance. It was as if the world was collapsing. Everyone's consciousness was sinking into oblivion. A ripple, like a star ring, slowly spread out from the point of collision, causing the empty space to vibrate unceasingly. A roaring sound filled everyone's eardrums. Their heads were continuously being bombarded by an invisible force, causing unbearable pain. Many of the weaker people could not withstand it. Blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. The surface of the lake collapsed under the spreading of the star ring. The water on both sides of the lake squeezed in. The terrifying pressure seemed to be able to crush mountains. Another violent roar sounded. Holy Sun Tsanggu Nanmen Jiga's body trembled. He slid back 3 steps, each step creating a huge hole in the lake. The lake water splashed everywhere. Li Wuji flew back even faster. He created a fierce wave and retreated 10 meters away. Again, the two fists collided, creating a loud clang. Li Wuji was like a battle maniac. He rushed forward again and punched out. Ancient King's Fist. The Eternal Heaven Sect's inheritances were the Eternal War Body and the Eternal Holy Fist. Both of them were divided into different levels, corresponding to the 3 great realms of the Transcendent Realm. The extreme mortal realm Ancient Sacred Fist was called the Ancient King Fist. It meant that after mastering it, one could be called a king in the extreme mortal realm. Li Wuji was only at the pseudo-transcendent realm, so he could only cultivate the simplified Eternal War Body and Eternal Holy Fist. Similarly, what Nanmen Jiga practiced was not the real Ancient Elysium Fist. It was just a simplified version. Only by reaching the transcendent realm would one be able to receive a true supreme inheritance. At that time, one's strength would be even more terrifying. This was also the reason why Blue Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord fought for Chen Zong to enter the extreme origin boundary. Because once he entered the extreme origin boundary, Chen Zong would have the opportunity to obtain the extreme Yuan Heavenly Sect's supreme inheritance, so he would not lose to others at the starting line after stepping into the transcendent realm. However, the prerequisite for Chen Zong to enter the Tai Yuan realm was to defeat all the opponents here and achieve the path of invincibility. How could the path of invincibility be so easy? It was precisely because Tai Yuan Sek's sect master and the others believed that Chen Zong would not be able to achieve the path of invincibility that they agreed so easily. After all, no matter what happened in the end, they would not lose out. The simplified ancient Elysium fist collided with the simplified ancient king fist again and again. Every collision was like the collision of two meteorites. The power behind the collision was incomparably tyrannical. It was as if one's blood was flowing backwards and their hearts were being crushed, forcing them to retreat even further. Previously, only Fang Xingchen of the extreme Yuan heavenly sect transformed into the Starlight Giant could fight Holy Sun Sanggu like this. The Starlight Giant is indeed very strong, but Holy Sun Sanggu is even stronger. Ancient King Fist, King Strike. Under the continuous bombardment, Li Wuji felt his fists and arms trembling. His strength was rapidly being consumed, and he could not hold on for long. Strong. Nanmen Zhiga's strength was indeed unfathomably strong. If he did not use his ultimate move while he still had strength, he would be powerless in the future. The simplified ancient King Fist only had two moves. The first was the basic move, which was to activate all the strength in one's body and release it in the same way as the ancient King Fist. The second move was the ultimate move, which was the King's Strike. Concentrating all the strength in one's body into one punch, he gambled everything. If he did not win, he would lose. In Li Wuji's heart, there was no such thing as a draw. Ancient Elysium Fist, Heavenly Force. Holy Sun Sanggu's voice was extremely calm. It's here. That punch is the one that defeated Fang Xingchen. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. They were extremely excited. Chen Zong also focused all his attention on Holy Sun Sanggu's punch. Heavenly Force. Holy Sun Sanggu's punch was very slow and extremely heavy. It was as if it had become one with the heavens and earth. As the punch moved forward, the heavenly force also moved forward. Chen Zong could tell that Nanmen Zhiga had only grasped the half-step heavenly force. It was not the complete heavenly force. However, with the half-step heavenly force, coupled with the uniqueness of the ancient Elysium Fist, he was able to control the heavenly force. It was as if he had grasped the true heavenly force. Chen Zong's eyes were extremely bright. No matter what method he used, Nanmen Zhiga had controlled the heavenly force. This punch made Chen Zong extremely nervous and excited. He wanted to immediately draw his sword and fight with Holy Sun Sanggu to his heart's content. Suppressing the battle intent in his heart, Chen Zong continued to watch. The King's Strike was extremely domineering, as if it could shatter the sky. Meanwhile, the heavenly force carried the heavenly force with it. Would the heavenly force be broken? Or would the king be crushed? At the last moment, at the most crucial moment, boom! As if the end of the world had arrived, the sky darkened. Nothing could be seen or heard. Everyone's consciousness was in a state of chaos. It felt like a breath, but also like 1,000 years. When everyone's consciousness was completely restored, an extremely sharp explosion came from afar. It continuously entered everyone's ears, causing their heads to buzz. As far as the eyes could see, the dragon transformation lake was blasted into countless waves. It was as if they could see the bottom. A figure stood on the surface of the lake. It was Holy Sun Sanggu. As for Li Wuji, no one knew where he had gone. Li Wuji did not leave. He was only sent flying back and sank to the bottom of the lake. Nanmen Zhiga stood on the surface of the lake. His aura was as deep as the abyss, and his eyes were deep. After a while, the sound of gurgling water could be heard. A figure broke out from the bottom of the lake, bringing with it heavy waves. Then, he fell back into the water, half of his body submerged. Li Wuji's entire body was soaked, and his face was pale. Holy Sun Sanggu's punch was too powerful. It made Li Wuji feel as if he was not fighting against his opponent, but against the heavenly force. Without comprehending the heavenly force, how could he fight against it? unless there was a huge difference in absolute power. Unfortunately, even in terms of absolute power, he did not have any advantage against Holy Sun Sanggu. He had lost. He had used up all his energy, and his entire body felt as if it had been trampled on by an ancient beast. He was in so much pain that he could not continue fighting. Although he had lost, Li Wuji was not depressed at all. He was only excited. Awesome, he had used all his strength in this battle. It was simply too awesome. The golden dragon of luck on Li Wuji's body was 69 feet long. It was quite shocking. The golden dragon of luck on Holy Sun Sanggu's body was even more shocking. It was 70 feet long. After robbing Li Wuji's golden dragon of luck, Nanmen Zhiga's golden dragon of luck instantly expanded to 70 feet long. It also became thicker and more majestic, looking down on the 9 heavens. I am right here. Who else dares to fight me? Suddenly, Holy Sun Sanggu spoke. There was a trace of arrogance on his face as he directly challenged. Arrogant. Unparalleled. Everyone was shocked. Holy Sun Sanggu had just fought with Li Wuji. Instead of resting, he actually challenged others. Was he arrogant or confident? But no matter what, everyone's emotions were stirred up. They all held their breaths to see who else dared to fight with Holy Sun Sanggu now. For those who had not lost yet, it was only a matter of time before they fought with Holy Sun Sanggu. Of course, it was also possible that they could not wait until they fought with Holy Sun Sanggu. No one? A trace of contempt appeared in Holy Sun Sanggu's eyes. Those who could carry the sex providence were all favored by the heavens. They all had pride. Perhaps after seeing Holy Sun Sanggu's strength, they felt that they were no match for him and were waiting for an opportunity. But at this moment, a fire seemed to be burning in their hearts. Fight. Wasn't it just a fight? There would be a fight sooner or later. Since that was the case, then let's fight. Zi Huan of the Zi family is here to fight you. The mighty sound of thunder rolled over. A purple stream of light flew over from afar, sticking close to the surface of the lake. It was as if a purple meteorite had broken through the sky. The Zi family of the 5 emperor families. The 5 emperor families were created by the Zi Emperor, the Qing Emperor, the White Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor, and the Blue Emperor. In terms of history, they were not as long as the 8 heavenly sects, but compared to the other forces, they were much more powerful. Every faction that had a titled emperor powerhouse holding down the fort was extremely powerful. Zi Huan was the most outstanding genius of the Zi family. He carried the Zi family's providence. Since he had arrived, Zi Huan had not challenged anyone. He had been cultivating on the Zi family's island, but he had watched every battle. He was waiting for a better opportunity. But after watching this battle, he was excited. He was also provoked by Holy Sun Sanggu. Moreover, he thought that Holy Sun Sanggu must have used up a lot of energy in the battle with Li Wuji. This was the best opportunity to defeat Holy Sun Sanggu. Fight. The purple stream of light shot through the air and charged directly at Holy Sun Sanggu. Although there was a rule that one could rest for 10 days after a battle and no one could challenge anyone during this period, there was no restriction if one challenged anyone. Sensing the powerful aura of the purple stream of light, Holy Sun Sanggu shook his head and smiled. Not enough, still not enough. Again. Chapter 7:12. The purple light struck with an even more powerful force. Purple brilliant holy light break. With a long roar, the purple light that was getting more and more powerful suddenly swept out. Countless spirals spun wildly on its surface, tearing the sky apart at an even faster speed. Break, break, break. All obstructions would be destroyed. Zi Huan had not attacked yet, but once he attacked, he used his most powerful move. His idea was very straightforward. Holy Sun Sanggu had just fought with Li Wuji. With Li Wuji's powerful strength, Holy Sun Tsangu must have used up a lot of energy. Since that was the case, he would use his most powerful attack to defeat Holy Sun Tsangu. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the more power Holy Sun Tsangu could recover. This attack was at full power. Ordinary third extremity martial artists would not be able to withstand it and would be defeated directly. "I'm afraid it's not enough," Chenzong said quietly. Purple brilliant holy light break clashed with the ancient Elysium fist. After a slight pause, the surface of the lake exploded again. The shocking force shook the heavens and the earth, and thousands of tons of lake water swept up into the sky. The purple light shattered, and so did the ancient Elysium fist. However, Holy Sun Tsangu did not move at all. Instead, his aura became even more powerful. On the other hand, Zihuan was sent flying backwards. He could only feel his fist trembling uncontrollably. A terrifying force was constantly attacking every part of his body. Too powerful. Zihuan felt that he had miscalculated. However, since he had already attacked, there was no reason to regret. He could only use all his strength to defeat Holy Sun Tsangu. Thinking of this, Zihuan's arms shook as he dispelled the impact from his body. His figure stood firmly on the surface of the lake as a tyrannical aura swept out from his body like a storm. Strands of purple light circled around his body like lightning arcs, jumping crazily and making a series of scalp-numbing sizzling sounds. Purple Emperor Bloodline. Zihuan wants to decide the victor in one move. The difference between bloodline martial artists and ordinary martial artists was their bloodline. Bloodline martial artists who had awakened their bloodline would not only surpass ordinary martial artists in terms of cultivation speed, they would also have abilities that ordinary martial artists did not possess. Furthermore, once a bloodline martial artist activated the power of their bloodline, their strength would increase significantly. The power of their bloodline was like a secret technique that would never be outdated. Purple arcs of light covered his entire body, making Zihuan look like a warrior who had walked out of purple lightning. Every strand of his hair shot up into the sky with dancing arcs of electricity. So strong. As expected of the bloodline of the Violet Emperor, one of the 5 emperors. Once it is activated, it is so shocking. With a wave of his hand, 2 purple electric arcs tore through the air. They were light and swift, like 2 purple butterflies fluttering in the air. Their trajectories were hard to grasp. Accompanied by a sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle, the purple arcs of lightning quickly flew out from both sides and shot towards Holy Sun Tsangu. Holy Sun Tsangu made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the erratic purple arc of lightning was unable to escape his grasp. It was as if it had rushed into Holy Sun Tsangu's hand by itself. The 2 bolts of purple lightning were directly shattered by his claws. However, even more purple lightning arcs shot out from Zihuan's hands. There were at least 100 of them, and they looked like a group of butterflies surrounded by purple lightning. A single purple arc of lightning already possessed astonishing power. Hundreds of purple arcs of lightning appeared together, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Even Saint Sun Tsangu couldn't help but reveal a trace of graveness. However, it was only a sliver. Ancient Elysium Fist Foundation move. Another punch blasted out. It seemed to envelop heaven and earth. Pop, pop, pop. The purple arcs of lightning shattered one after another. Purple brilliant holy light break. Suddenly, a purple oval about half the size of a person appeared with a loud rumble. The air was like a giant oval drill that tore through the sky. It carried with it an even more tyrannical power and instantly pierced through the shattered purple arcs of lightning. The purple oval ball of light was covered with countless lightning bolts and emitted a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble. Ancient Elysium Fist Foundation move. However, Holy Sun Tsangu seemed to have been prepared. He wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he raised his fist and punched out. This punch carried with it the power of heaven and earth, and it emitted a shocking rumble. The purple brilliant holy light break collided with the ancient Elysium fist once again. Everyone's eyes widened. Had the purple brilliant holy light break, which had activated his bloodline power, destroyed the ancient Elysium fist? Or had the ancient Elysium fist foundation move destroyed the purple brilliant holy light break? The answer would be revealed in the next moment. Li Wuji, who had retreated to the island, was also watching. Boom! The world turned dark. The sound disappeared and the light turned into black and white. They could vaguely see a figure flying back at an astonishing speed. Without a doubt, it was Zi Huan's figure. Holy Sun Tsanggu only retreated less than 3 steps. Zi Huan rushed out of the lake and landed on a protruding rock. His face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. I have lost this battle. But how much power do you have left? Zi Huan asked bluntly. As soon as he admitted defeat, the golden dragon of luck naturally appeared. Holy Sun Tsanggu's golden dragon of luck expanded again and gradually approached 8 feet long. While everyone was shocked, Zi Huan's words echoed in their minds. How much power did Holy Sun Tsanggu have left? If they wanted to defeat him, now was the best time. Otherwise, when Holy Sun Tsanggu's power recovered, he would become even more powerful under the influence of the golden dragon of luck. At that time, no one would be his match. Who else? Holy Sun Tsanggu did not care at all. His eyes flashed like lightning as he challenged again. So far, the people who had not been defeated were Chen Zong of the Taiyuan Sky Sect, Yi Qianqiu of the Proud Sword Sky Sect, Yin Qingyue of the Bright Moon Sky Sect, Bai Qingzhu of the Bai family, Lan Yunmiao of the Lan family, Qing Chen of the Qing family, and the disciples of the Tianlan Sacred Ground who had not arrived. As for the disciples of the 3 top forces of the Middle Saint Continent, they had all been defeated. In this situation, Holy Sun Tsanggu had to suppress everyone. Who could fight him? Who could defeat Holy Sun Tsanggu? Bai Qingzhu of the Bai family. The white figure turned into a white stream of light and arrived on the wave. Her cold voice was like the descent of ice and snow, causing everyone to involuntarily tremble. In the blink of an eye, a graceful figure in a white robe appeared before everyone's eyes. She appeared in front of Holy Sun Tsanggu. Bai Qingzhu of the Bai family. The dragon sons of the 5 emperor families. The Bai family and Lan family were women. The cold Bai Qingzhu's beautiful face was suffused with an icy chill. Her eyes seemed to be filled with frost. This was not only because of her personality, but also because of the influence of the bloodline in her body, as well as the influence of the cultivation method she cultivated. Are you the only one? Holy Sun Tsanggu's deep eyes stared at Bai Qingzhu, giving her a shocking pressure. Not enough, not enough. Holy Sun, you're in such a good mood. How about I join in? Coquettish laughter could be heard. Immediately, the waves swept over, and a blue figure stood on the waves. She arrived quickly with the surging waves. Lan Yunmiao of the Lan family. Are there any more? Holy Sun Tsanggu asked calmly. 2 was obviously not enough. The Qing family is one of the 5 emperor families, right? Holy Sun Tsanggu asked again. As you wish. A deep voice sounded, causing Chen Zong's eyes to light up. It was a familiar voice. He saw a green figure strolling over, walking on the surface of the lake, calm and unhurried. Qing Chen. Seeing Qing Chen again, Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little emotional. When they first met at the 3 ferocious city on Chaotian Island, they had become friends after a battle. When they met again, he had become stronger, and Qing Chen had also become stronger. After that, they received Qing Chen's invitation to go to the Blue Waves continent together, but they were separated at sea. Now they met again. He came with the fate of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, and Qing Chen came with the fate of the Qing family. 1 against 3? Can they win? Everyone was shocked. Although no one had seen by Qingjue, Lan Yumiao, and Qing Chen's strength, they were definitely not weak since they were able to come with the fate of their families. At least, they were not weaker than Qi Xiao and Zihuan. The three of them were not inferior to Qi Xiao and Zihuan, and they were going to join forces to fight against Holy Sun Tsanggu. Was Holy Sun Tsanggu really that strong? No one knew. Other than Holy Sun Tsanggu himself, no one knew. But everyone was excited. This was Holy Sun Tsanggu's invitation, so it was not against the rules. Let's fight. Holy Sun Tsanggu's body shook, and as if it was infinitely expanding, he was as tall as the sky. Let's fight. These two words were enough to explain everything. Let's fight. The mark between Qing Chen's eyebrows suddenly shone with a shocking light. The green light was like flowing flames, engulfing his entire body and covering him from top to bottom. Where there were no clothes to cover, one could see green veins distributed. The veins looked like flames. In an instant, Qing Chen activated the power of Emperor Qing's bloodline. If they were going to fight, they would fight in their strongest state. They would fight until the world was turned upside down. Since Qing Chen had activated the power of Emperor Qing's bloodline, Bai Qingjue and Lan Yumiao would not hold back. The two of them also activated their bloodline power. The moment Emperor Bai's bloodline was activated, frost swept up from the bottom of their feet. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded Bai Qingjue's entire body. Wisps of frost and white fog spread out, as soft as silk. The lake water beneath their feet was quickly frozen, spreading out and covering a radius of more than 10 meters. Cold. The moment Emperor Bai's bloodline was activated, the temperature of the lake started to drop, spreading out in all directions. The moment Lan Yumiao activated her bloodline power, the wind and clouds in the sky surged. Her robe danced in the wind, making her slightly plump body look like a fairy. The huge wave fell, but Lan Yumiao's body slowly left the lake and floated in the air. This was the characteristic of Emperor Lan's bloodline. The three people who had activated their bloodline power all had the strength of the extreme third extreme. Furthermore, the three of them had joined forces. If they were still not a match for Holy Sun Tsanggu, it could only mean that Holy Sun Tsanggu was too strong. Facing the three of them, Holy Sun Tsanggu's face turned serious, but the aura around him grew stronger and stronger. He was not afraid of a strong opponent. He was only afraid that he would not be able to fight. How lonely would it be to be invincible among those of the same level? He opened his arms and his wide sleeves fluttered in the wind, creating a whistling gale. Then, Holy Sun Tsanggu attacked. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, but he did not pull back his arm. He only trembled slightly and struck the air. With 2 booming sounds, it was as if a heavenly drum had been struck. The invisible fist force carried astonishing power as it blasted towards Bai Qingjue and Lan Yumiao. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.